We are live on World Tai Chi Qigong Day. This is very exciting. And I've got a few tech things to check just to make sure everything actually is going live. Okay, I'm not sure what that is going on there. There we go. Brilliant. All right then. Good. There we go. I'm going to keep an eye on things on another monitor for you. So it's been a while since I've done a live stream, and what a wonderful day to be doing it on. So let me just get Have you been outside yet today? It's a beautiful day here. I'm on the south coast of the UK, and yeah, perfect blue skies. And I was out doing my primordial Qigong form this morning just to give myself some me time before I come into this sharing time. And I just felt that beautiful, deeper connection with everyone else around the world who practices these healing arts. So I feel really blessed to be able to share with you some pretty incredible conversations. So let me get to my notes so that I get it all right for you. Probably in here. Yes, we have. I suppose I should really be looking at the Zoom because that's what's streaming. Good. Thank you for bearing with me. As I say, it's been a while since I've done this, so once we get going, though, it will flow, as is the way. So that will be good. I've got my trusty helper here.
Hello.
Everything all right?
Oh, look.
I know, it's going live on your computer. Thank you so much for lending me that. Really important. So here we go. I will continue to keep an eye on the Zoom room. If you're coming in, want to get in there. Keep my eye on all bits and pieces, but once we get into the interviews, I'm going to just be rolling them as a pre-record. I thought that was the easiest way to do things for you today. So let's officially welcome us all into the 27th World Tai Chi Qigong Day celebrations. We are indeed living in times where things are shifting really quickly, and old structures and identities and ways of orientating no longer serve us, and they're not really reliable. And in moments like this, learning to trust your own inner knowing becomes essential, and the practices of Tai Chi and Qigong really help us with that. And so when the outside world becomes uncertain, the relationship you have with yourself and the earth becomes paramount. And this work, this practice, is about strengthening that for you. So here we are, connecting all around the world with one delicious continual wave of Qi for the benefit of all. And well, Qi Time, this show that I have here, it aims to celebrate and honor life force energy, Qi, that we all have, and helping us to deepen methods of our self-care with mindful movements and meditations. And I've been tuning in with this since the early 2000s as a teacher, although I really started in the early 90s when I was I was a single mum to a very spirited lad, and I was running a costume design business. Long story short, I burnt out. You know what I mean. Just trying to juggle too many balls, and I was in my mid-30s, and I wasn't bouncing back like I used to. I just needed some help, and the parent of one of my lad's friends offered me some healing and suggested afterwards that I might find Qigong useful. No, I didn't know what Qigong was. I was like, Qi what? What is all that about? And so that was the beginning of my journey, because I went down and to the session, and it was like returning to a place that I didn't know I'd missed. And that place is the present moment. And once you land in that place and start to become curious about how you're moving your hands, or how you're even standing in relationship to the earth and the cosmos and your heart, and your belly, your lower dantian, it just became like a absolutely curious for me. I was like, what is this? I've missed out on this present moment, talking about the past and rushing into the future. And there it's been all the time as a presencing place to really hold me in my beingness and my self-care. And once you have met the present moment in your own presence, you can't unknow it. And Qigong really helps you to nurture that relationship and expand and develop from there. So I began teaching Qigong after I did my training at the London College of Elemental Qigong. And my first class actually was a stand-in for my teacher in 1999. And I realized that this is 27 years ago, which was the first year that the World Tai Chi Qigong Day started. So yeah, all these lovely synchronicities that occur when you work in the energy field makes me smile. I've only just realized it now. And I began teaching when I moved back down to the New Forest. And for 10 years, I worked in 3 of the different leisure centres in the New Forest and watched hundreds, probably getting into the thousands, if I think about how many people came through those classes. And I saw them change their lives, change their relationship with themselves and their lives for the very much better. And I'm still getting messages from people now saying, that session that we did 15 years ago changed my life. So it's very interesting and subtle and personal. And that's why I think it's not shouted about enough. Not shouted about, I'm saying, do you shout about Qigong, or do you just speak about it really calmly? Like, invite people over into that energy field. Yes, but then we live in this world of crazy distractions. So how can we come into self-presencing when all around us is chaotic? That's a broad sweeping. There's a lot of distractions, aren't there? Therefore, it's really important to nurture that. And one of the best places to do it is out in nature, because nature is always working from balance. She's a real powerful force. And when we can practice out in nature, we tune into that. So yes, I began podcasting or getting on the radio, chatting about Qi in 2010 on local radio for Express FM in Portsmouth. And then was a regular contributor to a show in the afternoon there, talking about the Qigong of the seasons and opening people's eyes and hearts to the fact that there is a different way to exercise that has similarities to yoga, and obviously with Tai Chi there's a presencing and mindfulness that is similar, but it has a very different component to it, and that is of being able to rest in your present moment, rest in your being, rest in the fullness of your heart. That resting piece, that surrendering, has been really, really big for me and a lot of you, I know. So being able to broadcast, I went from doing that local radio to then the International Soul Traveller radio show was around the globe, and then later several years on UK Health Radio. And so I really love this opportunity on the World Tai Chi Qigong Day to be able to share with you what's going on, what conversations are going on behind the scenes, and to share them with you. And so a bit of how did this happen? How did this live stream idea happen? Well, I was just going to offer an hour session on at 10 o'clock, like I do on other years, just to bring people in on a global community, internationally and locally, nationally. And then my Qigong colleagues over in the US, Siobhan Hutchinson and George Picard, along with Bill Douglas, the founder of the World Tai Chi Qigong Day, they decided they were going to do a 12-hour marathon live stream special, which they're going to be doing from 1 o'clock this afternoon UK time, and I will drop you links in so you can carry on with that. And I immediately felt the call to, well, if you're going on at 1 o'clock, maybe I could do a couple of hours before you and get a few of my Qigong friends in and teachers and other creatives and see what we can cobble together. And this is the result of it for you now. I have 8 people on 7 different interviews, and it's going to take about 4 hours. I know, I just didn't want to edit anyone, but I did ask them just to speak for about 20 to 30 minutes, and some of them went a bit over Yes, John Millar, that's you. You're the one that went for longest, but John Millar is the founder of the Qigong Academy, and him and I used to work together on WuChi radio, so we'll let him get away with it. But yes, so what I'd like to do is do a real basic Qigong practice with you to settle you into the space, and then read the introduction from Bill Douglas and Angela Wong Douglas, the co-founders of the World Tai Chi Qigong Day. And then I'm going to hand over to the pre-recorded interviews. And the first one's going to be with Jost Sauer from Australia. And then there's going to be John Millar, then Nikki Gresham-Record. Lys Lily Wild is with us too, as is Emma Sunhouse. And then Jamie Catto is in with his partner Mandy Penelva. And then we're going to complete with the director and producer of the epic Quantum Chi movie, Sharron Rose. So I'm getting a bit tingly here as I'm feeling into what I'm going to be sharing with you. But also calm and present and connected. So let us play. Here we go. Let's just make sure everything's still going well. Oh yes. Oh yes. So if you're able to stand back from wherever you are, just to stand up, and I will just talk you through. Very simple. These are the movements that I do. Every morning to get me in the chi mood before I run a form or something. And I feel there's so much going to be coming for you on not only on this live stream but the continuing one and your life. I'm sure you've got a lot on as well. Just coming into your presence of how you're standing, with your feet just over hip width apart, and just feeling a little bit of bounce in your ankles and your knees. And feeling yourself settling in to the strength of your bones, and taking a deep breath in and out. In fact, sighing is a good idea. So if you'd like to breathe in again and do a nice sigh out, please do. And feel yourself settling in even more, trusting the ground to hold you. And feeling the support of your powerful legs and hips and the length of your spine, traveling up through its natural curves, the back of your neck, up to the crown of your head. And feel yourself being drawn up from your crown towards the sky, towards the heavens. Take a deep breath into this aligned space. Feel your shoulders relax and your jaw too. And let your belly soften as you're breathing naturally. And allow yourself to become curious about this energy center that exists co-spatially with your sacral chakra. It's your dantian, the lower dantian, just below your belly button. This is a rechargeable energy space, a reservoir of energy that fuels your extraordinary meridian lines that travel up the back, down the front, and around your waist. And those in turn feed the organ meridian lines. So always just presencing your dantian here, this is the foundational piece to settle into, to be with, to breathe with, and to know that as you're doing this with your mind on that place, also you're inviting in, you're already beginning to recharge because your system knows how to do this. You're plugging into the planet. I want you to sense that you have roots traveling down into our great grandmother Earth. Deep grounding in, giving thanks for all the support she's always given you. Consistent support from the Great Mother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I invite you on your next exhalation to make a sound, like the deep sound, like an om sound, and let that sound resonate down through your body. And then the next time, breathing in, and when you om out again, let the sound resonate in your body, down through your feet and down into the earth through those roots. Sending a sonic hum of gratitude and appreciation, and knowing that we are all standing here or sitting or being on the same earth at this time on World Tai Chi Qigong Day. There's a special extra energy here for us to tune in with, that as you are part of, you're adding to, but you're also receiving from. And so now, let us do a little bit of releasing. Releasing the old to create space for the new. We'll do that really easily, as much as you like or as gently as you like. And this is presencing that center line, you know, from the crown up all the way down your spine, and then letting it sort of run down through your coccyx, your tailbone, and then anchor you in as another line of light down into the earth. So it's now like you have a tripod. You have your feet and you have that line of light down to the center of the earth. And I'd just like you to imagine that you have a ball of light in your dantian here. And that begins to gently move up and down in your center. This is your center of balance, center of self-presencing, the central support for your heart and your third eye. And you're just letting your knees ease. Take some deep breath in and out, and just allow the pace to find its own way as you stay in that integrity of that center line, and your belly leading the way as you bounce down to the earth. Down, 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 down. And letting your body respond, so that the hands and the fingers can wiggle and ease and shake. The shoulders might jiggle a little bit. You might notice a little bit of other movement in your buttocks. And anywhere else, any wobbly bits tend to get involved with this shake. So smile at yourself and your wobbly bits. And know that this movement, that is not just a Qigong movement, this, you know, you will find this in many other disciplines because it's so helpful. But it is an easy one to remember, because any tension in your body or stress that is ready to leave can leave a lot easier when you give it a bit of succussion or a bit of vibrational encouragement, and that's what this is. And so, when you're doing this by yourself, you can do it for as long as you like, put on a nice bit of music that's got a good beat to it, and shake for as long as you wish. You might just like to focus on shaking out the arms sometimes if you've been on your computer or driving a lot. Or you may like to just shake your tail feather a bit. In fact, let's do it now. And then we come into the magic of stillness afterwards. So as we prepare to come into the still WuChi standing structure, take a deep breath into your belly and subside the movement. and see what you notice. Feeling tension draining away down in deep into the earth to be composted and transformed. And keeping your inner eye on your lower dantian, knowing that any resource that's ready to come up for you from the earth will travel up into this place of replenishment and renewal. And then allow your hands to just come around and beam in to the dantian, soft, floaty arms, easy fingers, thumbs relaxed, center of the palms pointing into that lower dantian. As you come into steady stability and balance. And then just very gently bring your hands to a crossed hand position in front of your lower dantian. As we acknowledge everyone else here on this call, not just on this call, but also around the world who are practicing Tai Chi and Qigong on this day. And let me read to you the opening prayer from Bill Douglas and Angela Wong Douglas as you stay in your lovely Chi space. So, this is a letter or a prayer to us all that begins with, Dear World Tai Chi and Qigong Day supporters and participants, this global wave of goodwill provides a vision of hope and healing to a world hungry for such visions. And each year to view the photos of people from different cultures, religions, and every corner of the earth breathing together in this global Tai Chi and Qigong movement is profound. When you look through the photos and the videos and see that look on people's faces, a look that conveys a feeling that all of us who've experienced the well-being that Qi or life force energy expands through our mind and body when we make the space to breathe and to let calm and wellness expand through us too. When you see that look in all these diverse faces from so many different lands, you can't help but deeply realize that we are indeed all one world and one breath. We are connected by the field of life energy that the physicists are now discovering permeates all existence. And by immersing ourselves in the field of life energy again and again, we become more and more grounded in the absolute reality that we are all connected. All part of the web of life. And by cultivating and growing the realization personally and globally, we may help in a subtle, quiet way to usher in a more elegant future that nurtures us all in ways we cannot even imagine. So again, thank you for making this extraordinary event and health movement possible through your organising and participation each year. And that's from Bill Douglas and Angela Wong Douglas, the co-founders of the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. So, how are we doing? Okay. Now we're going to move over to the range of videos that I have for you with Qigong teachers, Qigong players, people that weave Qigong with other disciplines and creativity. And I know this is a UK-based live stream, but I've been wanting to talk to my next guest for probably about the last 9 months. And he is beaming in from Australia. His name is Jost Sauer. And the wave of Qigong and Tai Chi begins over in New Zealand. So I really felt that to have him on as the first contributor to this live stream on Chi Time would be fun. So now I just have to sort out the tech for you, which I will, because I've had a little practice. So Jost Sauer is beaming in from an eco village in Australia. He's been practicing Qigong and Tai Chi daily for nearly 40 years, around 3 hours every day, which is quite something. And he's an author and transformational coach. He really is quite an incredible guy to speak with as well. A lot of wisdom, well, he's going to tell you about it in the interview. But what really stood out from our conversation is that understanding that real transformation does not come just from thinking differently. It comes from shifting your state, your energy, your body, and your awareness. So yes, let me sort that out for you now. Well, just there you are. I need to go into a little one moment, please. Just make sure it's that one. Yes. And then I can share the screen. I was going to do that with you. No. Right, well, we'll just sort of do this in a functional way. I need to... It will get smoother, I'm sure, as I carry on with this. Let's just do this, and let's do that, and let's do this. So let me know if you can hear. Hello, welcome into this World Tai Chi Qigong Day special with me, Claire Apollo, here on Chi Time. And I'm bringing you a host of interviews with people that are deeply associated with Qigong and Tai Chi for the whole of these next sort of 3 or so hours. And I'm going to start off my first interview conversation with a chap that's over in Australia. I know I was supposed to be doing the European leg of this, but I've been wanting to speak to Jost Sauer. I hope I pronounced your name right there, Jost. For about the last 6 months, he came onto my radar as I was researching more about Qigong players that have really developed their practice and brought in other threads. So he's a very interesting chap, and I'm going to read you what he's been up to. So Jost Sauer is an internationally published author and transformational coach, known for his new systems for personal transformation in our rapidly changing world. His work combines Taoist philosophy, consciousness research, embodied practice, and emerging insights from light-based biology to increase energy, awareness, and purpose. So rather than treating transformation just as psychological, Jost works with the body, daily rhythms, and energy fields. A central framework in his work is his Qi cycle lifestyle. Very interested in this, which shows how aligning everyday activities with natural energy rhythms can boost energy, improve resilience, and create the foundation for deep personal change. And I could go on. You can go to his website, Jost Sauer, SAUER.com. There's loads on there, but let me introduce him to you now. So hello, Jost, welcome into Chi Time.
Hello, Clara. Nice to be here.
Yeah, great. We've made it. It's like 7:45 in the morning for me. What time is it for you there?
4:45, nearly ready for my afternoon Tai Chi.
Oh, right. Okay. So with all that going on, as I've introduced you there, on the World Tai Chi Qigong Day, and with this ripple of the wave of Qi, it starts in Australia. So that's why I felt it was really good to get you in as my first guest here.
Oh, right. Okay.
On this live stream. So were you aware of World Tai Chi Qigong Day anyway? Is it something that's been on your radar for a bit?
Yes. I mean, obviously here on a sideline because I've been in the world of the Tai Chi since 1988, so almost 40 years.
Right,
So
okay.
Yes. So I've been a daily practitioner since 88. So I initially started the Yang style Qigong. Then I got into Yang style Tai Chi. And then 20 years ago, I converted over to the Chen Tai Chi under the lineage of Master Chen Chiang Wang or Chen Chang Wang.
Okay.
So I practice every morning for 3 hours. So I never miss a day.
Just I'm going to hold you on that. What a gift that is to give yourself 3 hours a day.
Yeah, it's essential.
Well, yeah, but there's a lot of people that are listening and watching going, how on earth does he do that with everything else going on? I know you've moved around. You're from Germany originally, aren't you? And so
yes, correct.
Your travels have taken you, and now you're in Australia in an eco village. So have you gradually set up the possibility for you to be able to practice 3 hours a day, or have you always managed that since you took up these healing arts?
All right, my background is in social pedagogics, which is like the pre-step before social work. It got developed in the 1800s, and it was by the German philosophers who understood that nature needs to be integrated in the human consciousness, and that evolution of the human consciousness requires to be aligned with the natural forces. So it was, in fact, those guys like Hegel, etc., Schopenhauer, were the German philosophers who matched the Taoist view. So when I studied social pedagogics back in the late 1970s, 1978, I was very influenced by that fact that we need a natural cycle to influence us. Then when I started working in the field, I could see that there were a lot of factors that didn't quite add up, and that I couldn't actually look into reactive patterns, which then later when I got into the research of Timothy Leary, into the 8 circuits of consciousness, that's when I realized that the imprints of the lower circuits can only be resolved by unlocking the circuits of the higher circuits of circuits 5 to 8. So that got me into the research of psychedelic therapies, and that got me into all the papers of Timothy Leary and the psychedelic background of Alan Watts and Ram Dass and all these people, and that was profound. However, when I came to Australia in 1981, 1982, I didn't want to quite get into the psychedelics as a substance, and I was looking for alternatives. And then in the mid-1980s, I met my Tai Chi master. And by that time, I already was working as a social worker, and I couldn't really could make sense of the psychological problems they had in Australia with a lot of these reactive patterns. That's when I realized I need something else. And when I discovered Tai Chi and implemented it myself, I noticed rapid changes, which I then implemented in my programs working in the social community program systems, which were run by the government back in the days. And I saw this incredible change it had on people. So whereas counseling, we were trained in counseling by talking about imprints like reactive, which is sort of like psychological patterns, but we couldn't do much. Then I could implement simple practices derived from Qigong and Tai Chi, and I saw the change. And simply that brought me back to what Timothy Leary here is saying, that you can't talk yourself out of an imprint. You need to unlock the circuits of the higher orders, which is the chakra system of the East, but also the Taoist view from Qi, from Jing to Qi to Shen, the 3 levels. And so I was hooked on learning more about it, and I started obviously more and more practicing it myself. And so I was pretty much like right from the start dedicated to it, because I saw it profoundly changed me. So if I understand the system, I get more effective, not only on my own health, but also sharing it with others. So I was pretty much right from the start on my 2-3 hours every morning.
Yeah, because it's something that nurtures and nourishes you and becomes a deep, sustainable support. We need this foundational ballast within us, don't we? And you mentioned these changes. Can you remember what they were, or can you remember what you're noticing in your students? What are the main changes that occur when people come into practice?
For example, if there's an imprint of being having a violent upbringing, and you're full with anger and you want to get even, so that anger can't be expressed. However, if you connect it to a Qi experience, which unlocks the circuit 6 according to the psychedelic research, which is via Tai Chi practice, you actually experience yourself via love. And at the same time, because the neurosomatic circuit of 6 is actually able to change your mindset. So you first of all, in an altered state where you feel unified with both with the polarity of life. So that means you're not a victim, nor are you reacting to a situation, nor you are an oppressor. So you're unified. So you're in that moment love, rather than either experience it as anger but you're in a unified field. So that in that moment got the opportunity to change your mindset. And that then starts having a ripple effect on your behavioral patterns, and you start now affecting your interaction with others in a point where you're not going into the reactive pattern straight away. And everyone who does Tai Chi has noticed it, that it takes you into a little bit of a space, a feeling of space between stimulus and response. Yes. So it narrows it. So if you're not trained in Tai Chi, you have an instant reactive pattern to a stimulus. But if you study Tai Chi, you widen that spectrum between stimulus and response, and where you start observing yourself before you act or react. And that is obviously the Qi field. And through the psychedelic research of the 60s in Harvard Medical School, they identified that as the higher circuits of a neurosomatic circuit. So there is neurosomatic means nerve pathways and bodily functions combined become one. And once you start merging these two together, you have an opportunity to observe yourself before you react.
Exactly. I love that. Yeah. The spaciousness that Qigong has given me, and that ability to come into stillness and really nurture that. Because really, as our friend the Barefoot Doctor would say, the only place that you're going to experience stillness is at the center of yourself, because everything else is moving. And that really stuck with me as a wow factor. So that nurturing that peace within, in the liminal space between, and that enables, as you said, to be able to observe, to be that background witness of what is occurring here without having to get too involved in it all. You can notice, observe with compassion for the human condition, and then be able to sort of move forward with more wisdom, with more deep inner wisdom, space for that to come through. Is that kind of the work that you do?
Yes, that's exactly what. Because in that moment, when you get into that space, that's in fact psychedelic therapy. It's a psychedelic experience. So what you have in that moment, you have an altered state. You're actually feeling good because you're unified. And so it's a high feel. And Tai Chi gives you a profound high feel. But that high feeling is nothing else other than you're going in between stimulus and response.
But do you know what, Jost? I kind of feel when I've been doing my practice and I come to this place of deep balance, I just feel really normal. I don't feel anything. I'm not. You say it's a high field. For me, it feels like a broad kind of expansive beingness, and it's lovely. I just feel. I don't even know what the word normal means, I must say, but I'm going to use it in this instance, of being in deep balance through this, as you mentioned, the unified field of being. And that is hugely important for our nervous system, isn't it? Enable us to come into a deeper sense of rest, recuperation, and healing. And we all need healing, all of us in different levels and layers of life. So is that something else that comes into your work as well?
Yes, absolutely, because obviously... the good thing about Tai Chi is we start making the Chi flow. So now the chi flows through all the 12 meridians. As it starts moving through all the 12 meridians, you're creating a vibrational field. That now creates a resonance with the outer field, the cosmic field. So now you're creating coherence between the inner field and the outer field. And obviously what happens now is it's like there's no block, everything's open, and now the cosmic field is going in. And because what happens on a cellular level when it comes to biological intelligence, due to the AI, we have so much observation by now that we understand on a cellular level what really goes on, which is when that protein folding project took place with AlphaFlow in 2024, when they were able to the protein folding to complete, that otherwise all the scientists of this world would have taken 1,000 years, and they completed that in a week. So we have now such an intricate observation of the cellular structure of what we're sitting on. It's beyond our comprehension. So what was a sheer accident back in beforehand, where we could not comprehend how the protein will unfold, and therefore we're going by speculations. Through the AI, we can see that it's all systematic and deliberate, that there is an intelligence. And we can now see AI has shown us the intelligence that our body is sitting on. So for me, the profound validity of AI is that it reveals us on how much complexity and intelligence we are sitting on. And that is the biological intelligence in our cells is profound. So Tai Chi obviously taps into it. Yes, in order to tap into this cellular structure, this biological intelligence, I need to have a very in-depth observation of it, because there are so many patterns that open up. And what AI means is pattern identification, very accelerated pattern identification. So what I do with Tai Chi is I actually do exactly that, what now AI is validating. That when I'm in that, when I do my Tai Chi, I am in a very intense observation, intricate observation of my patterns within myself, yes? And that are becoming, the longer I do it, the more I do it, the more patterns I become aware of. But because I trying to create a Tai Chi form that I follow a certain rule and regulation in order to trying to make it correct, as a result of that is all these intricate, infinite patterns underlying in us in this biological field now is starting to become aligned. And then they're trying to create a coherence with all the patterns of the universe. And now we're creating a synergy between the patterns of the universe and the patterns of within our body. So we're now creating not only a pattern identification of within the body, we're creating a cosmic pattern identification.
Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, I love it. Yeah, the unified field between us and the cosmos, you know, because we are all spiritual beings having human experiences. When you were speaking there about having very particular Tai Chi forms that you're running, very specific ones, so that you're coming into that coherency through the patterning of Tai Chi. And so,
yes, correct.
So my question to you is, do you ever practice spontaneous Qigong? Do you ever let it just come through you? And let that?
Totally, absolutely also. I give myself time for spontaneous Qigong also. Yes, absolutely. The aim is to all the time chart a new territory. So it's not to sit still on just one. I mean, when we look at how it all happened is way back around, who knows exactly, I think it was around the time of Bhagwan, 5,000 years ago, they discovered something. It's not like they gave them a book. Taoists did not learn by book, they discovered something. And that's the whole Ling Wang, the spiritual light, was discovered. And then they shared it with others. So you need to go out there and experiment. I'm a big believer in experimentation. However, it's also good to have a structure in place. So I have both. I have a very structured, disciplined training, and then I also go for spontaneous Qigong, where I allow it to unfold as an accord to what needs to be done, because I never know in that moment what actually is that needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
So by having both in place, I am able to incorporate the experience of both and can go into territory that otherwise I couldn't really do.
No, I love this because I practice the primordial Qigong. That's my big foundational favorite. It's a very structured lineage form, and I just am so grateful for it being in my life. But I also I love to be in nature with sounds, with rhythms, but also I'm an ecstatic dancer. So that the energy coming through me there with the expression of the chi that wants to flow through me at that time, I think it sits on the bed of the primordial of structure and foundation that enables me to be able to flow and sweep and dive and move however I want. And that feels so healthful for my system to express and move just because it can. And that feels like a gift.
Yes. And I think, if we allow both in our life, it is amazing what it will provide. And yes, so the way I do it is I have more the mornings. I mean, everyone's got different systems to it, obviously. I mean, I was fortunate to have studied under really top masters. So I must say I was lucky to have met really amazing masters and spent my time studying under them in the East. So I was really fortunate, because to have good teachers is crucial. Yes. And having met Sri Bhai Sahib Ji, who trained, who was with the Maharishi running the transcendental meditation, but also having met teachers of the Chen family and having met teachers of the Yang family. So the way I do it is that I dedicate the morning practice towards following the system of trying to have in place the exact routine in order to stick to the laws of that they have identified over thousands of years. Then in the afternoon, I allow myself to give it more freedom and to explore which way it goes. Yeah, so that I have both systems in place. So in one way, it's the way I understand it from the Taoist masters I studied under is like disciplined spontaneity.
Oh, I love it. I love that. Yeah. So in a minute, you're going to share with us a short practice. But just before that, I want to pick up on something that you brought in. You mentioned the words AI, and I know it's something you've written about in your blog, which, by the way, Jost's website is full of very useful information. And that's one of them. And your approach or your perception of what AI has come in to help humanity at this time, but also how we can be in this relational field with it. And we've spoken about how we can come into unified sense of our system and the cosmos and be able to recognize patterns and find an alignment once they are allowed an expression. That's a very brief overview. But that enables us to have a field around us, doesn't it? To have this integrity around us. And I wonder if that is part of how we connect with AI, that this is the unique stuff that we have as humans and as spiritual beings. We have this transference, this transmission energy around us, this frequency around us. And how can that help us when we are working in the field of the electronics and the AI?
I believe they're both essential. So I believe what we're moving into is a complete new restructuring of our reality, but also able to go into new ways of evolving our consciousness. Because I already can see how working with AI impacts on my way how I think. So it's already restructuring me in a way that it accelerates pattern recognition when I work, when I write. However, there's also a bifurcation process, a separation happening by those who think AI could take over the biological processes of the body, and which is AI augmented biology. Whereas I say this is not the way forward. I believe it is our way forward by understanding from what AI provides in terms of the pattern recognition, which is the mode of AI, but we need to develop our own BI, biological intelligence, and that in context with CI, cosmic intelligence. That's why I am a proposer of my 3 intelligence framework, which is AI, BI, CI. And because we, through AI, discover how incredible in depth and structured the biological system of the body is. So that means I can get now an intellectual academic understanding of it in terms of words, what it's capable of. Then, however, when I do Tai Chi, there's information coming from CI, cosmic intelligence, that's now impacting on me and provides now an additional insight into how biological intelligence actually works. So from the AI, I get the academic understanding. From the CI, I get the cosmic understanding. And then as a mediator, as my human body, the BI, I put the two together, the intellectual understanding, academic understanding, the cosmic understanding. And as a result of merging the two, we are able to create something new that we haven't really seen before. And but it requires us to actually follow the path of diligent practice. And in many ways, that is exactly how the Taoists have described it. There's heaven created earth, and heaven is yang, and earth is yin. And heaven then put human in between to be the mediator between heaven and earth. So you could say that the human is biological intelligence, and a cosmic intelligence moves through into something that is more like on an intellectual level via a pattern recognition and frameworks. So we can see like there's a merging of 3 different aspects now on our foot, we are able to do something we really haven't really seen before, but most importantly, we've never been before where we can see how this is actually essential and important. Because if we don't put cosmic intelligence into our life via working with our body as Tai Chi and Qigong, that means if we don't let cosmic intelligence go into our body, then whatever the intelligence of AI is, there's a risk of it taking it over.
So this is the piece. This is the piece. This is why practices like Tai Chi and Qigong are really important at this time. And do you think they're even they've always been important, but particularly at this time when AI is coming in? It is, isn't it? It feels like absolutely important.
When you see how, like, I'm up to date with all the AI research, and when you see what they talk about it in terms of augmented biology, it's quite scary. So that means it will lead to spiritual bypassing, where people hand everything over to the augmented biology so that they don't have to do anything anymore. So, but that means you're losing your spiritual persona behind, and it diminishes your willpower. And obviously willpower is, from a Taoist philosophy, that's your direct link to God. Because will is kidney is where God is, and from that it moves it up to the chi, which is the liver and the spleen, and then moves it up to the heart, to the shen, to your consciousness. So we need to work with our will. The will is crucial, and strengthening our will is essential. However, in Tai Chi practices, we also work with will and cosmic intelligence. So we're allowing cosmic intelligence to come in, combine that with our will, moving it up to spleen and liver, where it becomes the chi, and then automatically it moves up to the heart and becomes our higher consciousness. So if that's the case, then we have a perfect co-work between, or co-evolution between AI and humans. And we always know where we stand, and we always know where AI stands. And because there's one thing's for sure, we can't stop it. But we can make it work for us. Yes, and if we make it work for us, we will create something we can't comprehend yet. So we go into unknown territory. That's for sure. We don't know where this is going to go. However, if we keep our human will fully anchored in cosmic intelligence, then it always will be good.
Oh, I love it. Jost, thank you so much for sharing all that you have on this episode of Chi Time as part of the World Tai Chi Qigong Day, with this beautiful wave of cosmic and human love floating around the planet this time. And long may that expand as well. It shouldn't just be for one day, should it? No, indeed not.
Every day we have to start the day with Chi.
I love it. Start your day with Chi. Keep your Chi up, my friends. So have you got a short practice that you could share with us now, please?
Yes, I mean, obviously there are so many factors to consider. I just want to show if you can see me, because I just, is it via podcast or is it via, is it more like, people see it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube, but I will be doing a version of it on podcast, but I will point them to the YouTube to be able to see the demonstration.
According to my observation, I'm looking back at 40 years of daily practice. I would look at the importance of what is absolute essential. I would go into the essential factor. So the essential factor is the correct breath. And the microcosmic orbit is by far still the most important. So by putting, like every morning, start the day with microcosmic orbit by having the Tai Chi fist in our palm. So we connected to Dantian, and we got important acupuncture point, Rand 4, below the navel. That's exactly where the fist is pointing at. But that connects us to the Ming Men, to the gate of fire. And then I put my awareness into the lower of the spine, and then I'm breathing in through my nose, all through the back of the spine. And then at the forehead, I'm breathing out and moving it down in front of the torso, and then go around till it meets again at the perineum, which is between the anus and the genital. And then I'm breathing in again. And the aim is to create a yin type forced breathing, which is a contradiction in terms. So that means I'm going yin, but at the same time, I'm also enforcing it. So I'm not doing a sleepy breathing, but I'm not doing it rapid either. So it's like, and then, so I'm yielding myself into it. It needs to be yielded myself in, but at the same time, I'm also forceful in it, so that moves it all the way up and then breathing it out. So starting the day with like 30, 40 orbits up the spine and down in front of the torso, and then collecting my awareness into that circuit that is establishing itself like a field. I can take it to the point where on the final out breath, I can hold the breath for 1 minute or maybe even 2 minutes and really experience myself within that circuit, where I can see and feel the light that it's developing. Because I need to start the day with feeling myself as a light body, because that takes me into my spiritual nature. So by doing that in-breath and out-breath and focus on saying the word light, what happens is I'm bringing up all the light particles in my body that are around us and make them accumulate in my head, in my brain. And then from then on, it starts now creating a biophoton emission. But at the same time, I'm experiencing myself as a light field via that light circuit. So I may do 3-4 rounds like that and feel after about 10-15 minutes, I feel like I have substantiated that experience of light in my belly. So, but at the same time, my head is light. So what happens now, I'm creating that polarity between the lower and the higher as a unified field. And in that moment, I'm tapping into naturally, that is what hinders my process and evolution via the imprints in the lower circuits by unlocking the higher circuits, which I experience via the neurosomatic circuits as light in my brain now moving down into the body. So there's no communication and a unification happening. So I feel one. So when I wake up, I'm most likely entangled in polarity. However, once I start this flow, I feel myself as a unified field. In that moment, I see myself as a light being, and I start my day with potential. I see the options because I need to feel option. I need to sense options. I need to feel who I am. Otherwise, I'm trapped in the academic or intellectual aspect of the world, and that takes me away from the inner. So ideally then, when I feel that connection, ideally then, I would now go into silk reeling moves. And that means I'm connecting to the dantian and actually let the energy now move up from the dantian down to all the limbs. So I'm creating like a circular motion, which is part of the fourth, which is roll back and convert, which is basically the motion that is by repulse monkey in the Yang style. But all the motion comes from the dantian and it moves up to the limbs. And the idea is to create that silk reeling feel, because that silk reeling leads to biological intelligence. Silk reeling is where now that crystalline arrangement that are established via the circuit and the light building now is actually moved into the cellular structure and tissues of the body via the muscles. And silk reeling activates the muscles in a way where it goes into the energetic structure fundamental to the muscles. Because when you look at how muscles work, it's like it's one flow. It's, in fact, when you look at anatomy, it's a flow of the chi. So even if I don't have much time, if I do this circuit breath work and then connect to my belly and then move the arms and connection to that circuit, I'm actually creating myself as a field. And as I establish myself, my awareness within that field, I'm not entangled in polarity. I'm not entangled in all these separation stimulus that we are bombarded with at the moment. And I feel myself as a unified field, but I'm also feeling myself as love and light.
That is beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing, Jost. There's so much in there, and I hope you've enjoyed that, those of you that are watching and listening. I'd love to continue talking to you, but we've got other people that want to come in. So is there anything else that you want to share with us here on this World Tai Chi Qigong Day? Any other thoughts to wrap up with?
I think, the Taoists discovered the whole idea of the Bagua and the whole idea of Qi, and then it moved into Tai Chi. And I think we see now the start of an evolution that the Taoist has prophesied a long time ago, and now it's coming together. Because, as one of my Taoist masters told me, East and West, when they started 5,000 years ago, they moved in totally different directions. But then the circle will complete, and now they're meeting. And I heard that 40 years ago, they said the two polarity developments of that circuit will start meeting soon. And I think we're in it right now, where East and West meets and becomes one. And so when you look at that, it's actually the helix that moves up to the next spiral formation. So obviously we are now coming to an end of a circuit point that is absolutely profound. And when you look at Barbara Hand Clow, who talked about the Pleiadians, when you look at all the other people talking about there's a 100,000-year cycle and there's a fifth earth according to the minds. And the Taoists said, okay, that's all within a circuit. So it's just that circuit, that cycle that starts, East going that way, West going that way, and now they're meeting. It's like the snake meeting at that point. And I think that's where that meeting point is now. And now two different views on what reality is are merging, becoming one. So we got a unified view of what reality is.
Beautifully put. And on the World Tai Chi Qigong Day, where their symbol is one breath.
One breath.
Yes, one breath. We are all one people. We all share the same planet as home. It does feel like this. And as I was growing up and I was learning, I used to be a nurse in the whole Western. I was always been interested in healing, and then I became aware of Chinese medicine, and it was so different. And I thought, yeah, but surely the idea is it for them to weave, and that this is what you just said.
Together.
It's time to do that. And we've got a lot of science now backing it up to show why it's so important to do these practices, these healing arts. And so we can get more of it into the mainstream. We can get it into education. We can help kids learn that this is a way of being able to process and be with themselves, so that you know who you are around all these distractions and everything, to stay in touch with your inner compass, your truth, your being. And these practices are essential for this at this time. We feel, don't we? So
absolutely. When I look back, I've been working with people for 50 years, and if I would sum up what's the most important method to self-realization and healing yourself, do your practice every morning. Wake up the chi. You're better off getting up early and sacrificing lack of sleep than not doing the practice.
Oh, there's a little gauntlet for me, as I've got up early this morning and found it actually really quite easy, because I'd usually just do my meditations in bed, but I'm feeling the garden calling, and I get out there a bit earlier when the sun actually comes up, because that's such a potent time of the day, isn't it, when the sunrise and the sunset. So, you know,
it's absolutely crucial. Because I've been working with so many people, probably worked with like maybe close to 100,000 people in my time, and as soon as people make the jump to getting up early to wake up for themselves and wake up for chi practice, their life changes significantly on every level. Level. The most important thing is wake up for yourself. Wake up at a time when the waveforms of others are not disturbing you.
Beautiful. And on that note, we will close this conversation for now, but please come back again and we will continue discussing these interesting topics. Thank you so much, Jost Sauer, for being part of Chi Time on World Tai Chi Day. So, wow. What did you take away from that? I'd love to hear your thoughts, whether you're on the Zoom with me here, you can put them in chat, or if you're on the live stream, you can put them on chat as well, on the conversation there. So rich, isn't it? So rich, all this information coming through for us now. So what we're going to do is continue, but before we do that, I would just like to just share with you a form that's come up from when Jost was speaking a bit earlier about the heaven, the human and the earth. And it's reminding me of one of those movements from the 8 Brocades. So I think it would be nice for us to do like an integrating move, as we are, you know, taking on a lot of information here, aren't we? And we want it to be able to settle into our system. So if you're able to, you can either seated or standing, but reconnect with that ball of chi that we accessed earlier after we did the shaking. And I often refer to this place as being at home. This isn't being at home in my lower belly and my dantian. And reinstating that connection with the earth, your center line of awareness, and connecting up from your crown up to the heavens. And this movement I refer to as Balancing Gong, because it balances heaven and earth and brings it all back in to the dantian here. So you may know this one, but if you don't, I will talk you through it now. We are going to let the one hand, so I'm going to let my left hand go first, which if you're looking on the screen might look like my right hand. But anyway, choose whichever hand you want. That's going to go down and face the earth. This is called the earth posture at the side of the body here, rooting you in to the earth. You can probably feel that, can't you? Ooh, nice tingle from the earth coming up there. Just enjoying that.
And now the other hand is going to sweep up midline of this midline of the body, so the nipple line of the body and the eye line, and the palm is going to turn and connect in with the heavens. Now it doesn't have to be right above your head, it just has to be open. Let the whole arm turn from the shoulder joint all the way through the elbows, wrists to the palm, connecting in with the heavens. Breathing in and out of your dantian. We're taking a deep breath in here. When you breathe out, let both the hands return back home to that, holding the ball. Settling there for a breath. Now we're going to go to the other side. So we're going to let the hand that was up, let that one now face down to the earth, and let the other one go up through that line, up through the eye line, up to the heavens, connecting heaven and earth. Breathing into your belly. And then as you breathe out, let yourself calm back down. Home. So obviously one hand's got a lot further to go than the other. You may like to now just breathe in and open both hands together, balancing heaven and earth. And as you breathe out, bringing them back down. And again to the opposite side, breathing in and opening. Breathing out, coming back. Let's do it one more time in each side with me being quiet. And just pausing here for a breath. Feeling that expansion all the way around in your pelvis, your abdomen. Nurturing your well. You can stay there if you're rather liking the sensation of your chi growing and building in your balanced place. But when you're ready to move away from there, you bring your hands back to crossed hand position. Give your belly a little rub. And let's prepare for our next interview. Now, with a Nikki Gresham-Record, and actually after her we've got John Millar coming in from the Qigong Academy, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Me getting ahead of myself. So Nikki, well, we introduce it when we're on it anyway, but let me just say to you that Nikki Gresham-Record is a long-standing friend and colleague in the energy arts and heart-centered living. She describes in this interview how Qigong has helped her heal from an autoimmune disorder, and went on to inform her of a new healing method that she researched, authored a book about, and created a complete healing insight system from. So she's going to share one of my favourites, a profoundly harmonising Qigong form, which is one of my go-tos for balancing. So let me find that one for you now and get it all ready and for us to go with. And share my screen again.
And up next on this World Tai Chi Qigong Day special, I have for you a very dear friend of mine, somebody that I've known for many years now. We were trying to work it out. I think we met in 2012 at I think it was a health fair, and I'm just immediately connected with Nikki Gresham-Record is here, and I was running a Qigong teacher training, and she said, "Oh, that's the piece that I need," or words to that effect. And I thought, crikey, that's amazing to have had that instant connection. But you see, Nikki is a counselling psychologist, and she's an author, and she's a mama and a miracle maker. She's really a visionary for the new earth and a practical co-creator, her and her husband, Rob. So it's beautiful to welcome you into Chi Time on this auspicious day. We're actually recording it on the new moon, but to come into the whole World Tai Chi Qigong Day, because I know that Qigong's been a really important part of your life. So can you tell us a little bit about why Qigong is so important in your life and how you came to find it?
I can, and I'd be really honoured because it's been such a beautiful and special journey. So thank you for inviting me, Clara, and yeah, absolutely delighted to share as much as I can, as succinctly as I can. It came to me through the asking, because I was on a healing journey for myself, and it was a sense of knowing that I needed to start working more deeply with energy, kind of understanding that relationship with my energy. I was going through a lot of fatigue on the tail end of healing an autoimmune disease. So I'd done really well, but I was in kind of a sense of chronic fatigue still. So I asked, you appeared, and it was an immediate yes, as these things land for us, as divinely orchestrated, no doubt. And that's maybe a really important point. Just to begin with, is just the yes, the saying yes. And it was a yes to myself. It was a yes to surrender, yes to the process of learning, of going a little bit deeper. And I realized for me, it was about really integrating the energetics within my body, bringing energy flow back to all of the systems, all of the meridian lines, my deep connection with Mother Earth and my connection with spirit, with source, and everything, the mental, the emotional, the physical, really coming together as one. So where to begin in terms of its gifts? Because it's really an abundant practice. I think there's some major points that I would like to kind of share. And one of the most profound things for me was simply dropping into this kind of WuChi, this space of stillness, of emptiness, of surrender, of letting go, of creating the kind of space where there was no noise. So spirit could fill the vessel, energy could fill the vessel, and I could start to hear myself, hear my body, hear the messages, feel more deeply the blockages and what was being called for from my physical body. And with that sense of emptiness, it's like creating this chalice, this vessel through which I could be the vessel and I could just be in a place of receiving. And then the gifts, the abundant gifts that come with that, it's hard to put into words, but the messages, the divine alignment, the opportunity, the listening, the rebalancing, the realignment, because we have to notice where we're out of balance, where we're out of sync. And so in the noticing, without the mind, without the judgment and the allowing of the movement and the flow, coming back into the Tao and into that way of nature, of energy, of flow and of movement, things just very naturally and very organically balance without push and without force. And that's been a huge gift, and I would say it's very much how I am working with this beautiful new earth seed as well as an embodiment in life, to know this is a tender new energy and consciousness that we're working with. And so how do we make space for that? How do we listen to it? How can it inform us? And how can we then surrender the old and live through this kind of newness, new way of being, new life? So
I'm just going to say that's beautiful. Thank you. And the energy that you transmit when you're speaking and being is beautiful to behold and be in your presence with. But that piece about when you first came into Qigong and it gave you that stillness and that space, that was a really huge aha for me. It was back in the early 90s and I hadn't heard of mindfulness, and I was a busy mama and a costume designer, and I just burnt the candle at as many ends as I could find and thought it was funny. It is not. But anyway, I didn't kind of know there was another way to be. I'd done some yoga and I struggled with stretching too much. And I just knew that I was missing something. And when I came into my first session of Qigong, it was the mindfulness piece that in the present moment that I kept missing in my busy life. And once it's there for you, you can't unsee it. You then know it's there. And it completely I blew everything out the water in a way, because it was so important for my functioning, for this listening of self, for this deep tuning in with who you really are. And I'd been missing it because I didn't even know it was there until it was pointed to within WuChi. And the noticing, well, how am I standing? How am I breathing? How does it feel to be in relation to gravity? You know, these are all curious, wonderful, mind-opening, heart-opening, connecting, wowzer. So I'm really with you on all of that. And so when you did the training, it was quite an extensive one. It was a couple of years, wasn't it? And you really then sort of went and integrated it into your own practices. And that's what I love about Qigong, is it's very integrative. It helps you do more of what you're here to do. And then do you want to speak a little bit into that, about how that sort of developed for you?
The integration into my daily life. Yeah. Well, do you know, I just want to come back because you just mentioned the heart. And when you did, it activated. And I think there's something there about giving ourselves permission to live from heart in the center. And maybe that's the embodiment in terms of the everyday living in the everyday life, the coming back to center. Because I think what you're speaking about in your journey there is alignment. Because once you know it, you know that place of center, and you know that place of alignment. You know when you're not, or you know when you're in an environment where it's harder to maintain, one's own center and one's own energy and take up one's own space as well. So I think it's been a real practice of how do I take my alignment with me wherever I go. And how do I maintain that or cultivate that and nurture that energetic so that I can be a presence or present? Maybe that's the present and the gift of Qigong, if there is one ever. It's that inner knowing of thyself and the presence, isn't it? To live from heart and to be from heart and to allow, maybe again, so many gifts, Clara, so it's hard to kind of organize it, but moving out of the mind and the trappings of the mind, maybe that leads me on to what I've done with it myself in my life. Calming the mind, balancing the hemispheres of the doing and the thinking and the activity with the sensing, but integrating it and really living from the heart space. So the mind actually can be separate, not separate, secondary is a better word. The mind can be, can work with the heart, can support the heart, but the heart is a primary function through which we can live, sense, feel, and be, give, receive, again, equal balance. So maybe this segues into my healing insight method, because that's really where I took Qigong as a transformational process, in terms of the surrender, the emptying, the connecting to Mother Earth and the roots and the groundedness, but also to our divinity. So through that central channel, but also with the infinity. So we practiced a lot in our training session. We spent ages just being with the power of 8, or the figure of 8, and weaving this beautiful deep symbology into our being, and through the center and into the lower dantian, stirring the waters with this sense of balance, so that we are not too much of this or too much of that, but we can find and know our true north and our deep center. So I love, and I have worked with my background in terms of supporting people's belief structures, which we know creates in part our reality through resonance as well. But I've worked with using Qigong and developed a healing insight method where we use the connection, the WuChi, and we use the infinity harmonizing movement to activate left and right brain hemispheres, but in relation to an affirming, open, expansive belief, so that we can feel and allow the rebalancing of what is not that affirming belief to come into harmony, come into balance, so that we can be in resonance with a belief and create, in a way, new belief structures, which creates a new matrix reality. And so we overwrite a false imposed upon matrix reality, and we become the powerful presence that rewrites that reality and that matrix with loving, open, harmonizing, balanced beliefs, so we can tell a new story, and we can move from his story, our history. So that's really been profound. And I will say this transformational belief change process it's a self-help, self-governing method. So people can move through that inner process themselves. And depending on how deeply people connect with it, how much surrender they can achieve or allow, maybe is the better word, the deeper the transformational process is. So that gift that you gave me is now in a healing insight method that is gifted out into the world. So I'm ever grateful. And I had a message, it was maybe 5-6 months ago, from a beautiful lady in Australia who just dropped me a message and said it's been the most transformational method. She just works with it, has profound energy kind of shifts and clearings with it. So there's a call to kind of get it over there as well and have people share this. So yeah, the transformation that kind of just keeps on giving because it's centered and it's not out of balance.
God, I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. And this came through me for you. Like the Qigong does, we share from a much bigger pool, don't we? But something about the harmonizing form is just, it works on so many levels. And there's work being done, hasn't there, on the energy of the 8, which we're not going to go into now because we're going to stick with the Qigong. And I wonder, would you like to just talk us through a version of that viewers can get into for themselves now? What do you think?
Absolutely. Okay. The infinity harmonizing.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to, shall I stand?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay. Just kind of switch this around so I've got space. Okay. So let us ground. So feet on the floor, and let us connect in to Mother Earth. And tucking under the coccyx, feeling our sense of connectedness and groundedness. And we'll just take 3 breaths, so breathing in and out. Allowing the exhale and the surrender and the emptying. And breathing in and breathing out. And just allowing gravity to settle And breathing in and out. And so let us feel that connection to Mother Earth from the palms down to the earth. And sense her through your palms. And just allow an intention for balance. Balance between the left side, the yin side, the feminine side, and the yang, the right, and the masculine side. Breathing into your center. And then let us bring the palms together and bring them into center, facing each other. And feel the energy between your hands, the magnetism between your hands, the balancing, the coming together of the left and the right, the masculine, the feminine, the yin and the yang. And then let us turn the palms to face upward to receive from the one spirit, from source, from the heavens. And be the empty vessel, the empty channel or chalice, receiving divine blessings. And then we'll just allow the palms to fall and come widening to the side, where again they meet. And the energy field expands. And then to earth. And let's weave into this beautiful figure of 8. Connecting and balancing within spirit and matter, the heaven and the earth. In the knowing it exists within us, lives within us, and breathes through us. Allow the rebalancing. In the knowing that your body knows exactly what to do, where to release, where to realign. And let us just bring our hands into heart and belly as we close with a gratitude for life, for this restoration within and throughout. And my gratitude for this dear soul, Clara, who brought this gift to me and to many. Thank you.
Oh, that was so beautiful, Nikki. Thank you so much. I'm in the zone now. Can't really speak. And that's what it does. But there's is there anything else that you would like to share, or maybe speak into why you feel Qigong is so important at this time for humanity? I mean, you're in that part of a ripple going around the world on this auspicious day, but as more we can step into this self-presencing and being able to take that, our integrity and our alignment throughout the world, surely this is going to help. What are your feelings on how Qigong can help?
Absolutely. Yeah, without question. That it's very easy if we think about our thought forms, if we think about this kind of the nature of reality, it's very easy to get washed up in other people's energy cycles and patterns. And Qigong enables us to come back to center. So we are more powerful than we realize. And there is great power in the stillness and in the presence and in the being, in the integration of the mind, the emotions, in a healthy way, the tending to the body at this time, particularly with the new solar light frequencies and energies that are streaming very strongly, to be a receptive vessel for that, to welcome the sun as our friend, as an integral part of, just as she gives life to the plants, she gives life to us. This beautiful journey. And so, to remain in one center, to be open to the unfoldings, to be in that path of flow, and to enable the listening, the inner guidance, the inner tuition, that aligns us where we need to be at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that whole being able to return to centre, because I think we can get pulled off for various reasons, but knowing that you can return, that is the practice, isn't it? And I think with the figure of eight form, that's something that gives you something practical to balance the energies physically and energetically. And it brings you back into yourself, because it's always guiding you back into center, as you said. I'm going to mention the 0 point field just briefly here as we come towards the end of your sector. But I feel that is such an important portal, really. And would you like to just complete by speaking into that for us now, please?
Yeah. Permission to be no thing, to go into the zero, to go into right deep into the center. And I would say, if we can drop into just below the heart and into that space, go deeper and deeper and deeper into the point of light, into the divine blueprint, into the beginnings. Because at the zero, that true emptiness is where all the infinite exists. And so this drops us back into ourselves as creator beings. It taps us into that creative potential that we are, and that's how we get to create new worlds and new realities. Yeah, so such a key point. Thank you. Do you know what I've got just gently in the background as well, Clara? If there's just a minute, is the shaking, is the release, because there's so much energy stirring as well, so much that is not ours, and permission to release, knowing that we're all one, but we're all co-creating different things and different energies, and to be able to move and shake and release and brush off through the meridian lines. So important. So clear, and then come into alignment and center.
Yes, clear with Clara. Nikki, how can people find out about you? Where can they go?
Pop to my website. I am busy co-creating new initiatives and new things, and that will emerge in divine time. But the Healing Insight Method, this opportunity for transformation, it is in my book, Working with Chakras for Belief Change, which is on Amazon. My website is my name, Nikki, N-I-K-K-I, Gresham-Record.co.uk. And there is an online course there that video shares how to go through this process of realigning, of change. So all there for you.
Thank you so much for being part of this World Tai Chi Qigong Day 2026. I really look forward to hearing more about what you're getting up to, and please come back into Chi Time in future episodes. We would love to hear from you again, but thank you so much for being part of this beautiful wave around the earth at this time. Bless you, sweetheart.
Bless you. Thank you.
Well. Oh, so pleased I got to share that figure of eight form. This is just such a magical one. Any of you had experience with that yourself? And what it can do. yeah, I'm not going to go into the fine details of that now because there's a whole course on that I'm very happy to share with you at any stage. If you're interested, drop me a message and I will elucidate further. But like I said in that, you get in the zone with this, don't you? And that clarity of being. And so I'm not going to add anything else to any of that. I'm going to move on now. And well, actually, we've got a couple of women coming up after John, who's next, that are both shiatsu practitioners and qigong teachers. That's Lys Lily Wild and Emma Sunhouse. But before that, let's have a little look and see what John Millar has to share with us. So he's a chap that I've known for since our qigong training days up in London, which is quite a long time ago now. Not quite the last millennium, but almost. And we stayed in touch, and a few years ago we felt to co-create a collective and gather in, call in qigong teachers to have conversations and to share practices. And what came out of that was we called ourselves WuChi because we are all one breath, we're all one people, we're one chi. There is only one chi that we all share. That's how that came through. And we began broadcasting that on UK Health Radio and got some very eminent Qigong players in on that, some of which you're going to see in the Quantum Qi movie. I've got a trailer of that coming up that finishes this live stream. And also my colleagues over in America, they're going to be running their 12-hour live stream, and I'm very interested to know who they've got coming in. But anyway, yeah, it's a big kind of pool out there to ask people about. So coming in to interview, in fact, if you are a Qigong teacher and would like to come and have a Qi time chat, get in touch. Anyway, so we went from being on UK Health Radio and covering all sorts of topics, and then I kind of I had some life stuff going on, and John and I lost touch for a year or so, and then we got back in touch recently, only to find that he's developed the Qigong Academy, which feels like a natural evolution from WuChi, so that's great. And so he's here to share his thoughts and some really nifty Qigong moves. So let me just set that up for you, and let's get John Millar up on Qi Time on World Tai Chi Qigong Day.
Here we are on the World Tai Chi Qigong Day. This is actually a sneaky little pre-record that I've done with my one of my esteemed colleagues and friends, John Millar, who is here to speak into what he feels about the World Tai Chi Qigong Day and why he feels that Qigong is really needed in this world at this time. Now, John is actually the co-founder, I think we'll say, of the Qigong Academy, but he's done many things in his life over the last 25 years in this arena. And really, this is his life and what he does with Qigong is the topic of a much larger Qi Time. But on this episode, this little vignette for the World Tai Chi Qigong Day, let me just welcome in John Millar once again to the hot seat. And let's ask him that question. Why do you think Qigong is so important for people at this time?
Oh, thanks, Lara, and thanks for the intro. There's a part of me that kind of goes, I think we need to ask what Qigong is before we go, why is it so important? And I was always kind of thrown, it's energy work or it's breath work. And I was just like, oh, no, boring, not interested. I like the idea that if we translate Qi as energy, which there's problems with, but Gong as skill, Qigong becomes any practice that helps you to become more skillful with your energy. And from that point of view, it kind of opens up the realms of what Qigong is. And obviously, you and I both approach it from a quite specific direction. We've both had training around elemental Qigong, around Chinese medicine, around all of these things. But actually, I think that the question really is, why do we need to be more skillful with our energy at this time? And Qigong is a practice that even in its name, it's telling you that it can really help you be more skillful with your energy. So, and I think the other thing that's interesting is that if you look at there's a wonderful piece that I've been taken by for many years, and within one of the main systems that I'm trained in, there's the prayer position, and in the prayer position there's an invitation to rotate the hands, and one of the images that gets put with this is the base of the wrists relate to your physical experience, your jing, your lower dantian, and that can draw your energy. The tips of the fingers relate to your mind and what's happening in the head, and that can draw your energy. But your energy sits in the middle, your qi sits in the middle. So therefore the Qigong state is this state where we're able to have physical experience, we're able to have thoughts, we're able to exist in a very effective way, but we're able to keep our qi very steady and balanced. And with the amount of really polarized politics, with the amount of rubbish that's coming out on social media, with all of the noise that's around at the moment, I don't think we should be shutting any of it out, but I don't think we should be chasing every little crumb either. I think to be skillful with your energy, you need to be able to work with awareness, and I think that's where Qigong is so powerful. Sorry, long answer, short question.
Yeah, no, great. I know all I have to do is ask you a question, you'll be off, which is brilliant. But it does bring up this this topic of mindfulness, and it's certainly something that I hadn't come across before I did Qigong training, which is like quite a couple of decades ago now. But it brought me into the present moment and helped me to notice what was actually really going on. And I think that present moment piece is also the balance piece of when you can be present in the now moment, you've got more of a chance of being balanced because you're not being pulled into the past or into the future. So this call to balance, I always feel, or I always say to my students and things like, if you can come into balance, you will heal. And
yeah, absolutely. I think one of the other things I've found, because I've been very fortunate in being able to work in lots of different sectors in lots of different countries, and every time you go into a different place, you experience a different sense of balance, whether that's in a different culture or a different organization. And it means that you start to question your own sense of balance. And I think that is also really important. I know I spent many years doing Qigong because I thought I was good at Qigong. And it didn't actually get me anywhere other than polish my ego and make me go, oh, look at me, I'm good at Qigong. And that, because of the interactions I've had beyond that, there's always that question about what is my state? Where am I coming from? What have I still got to learn? And you haven't got to look that far in any of the traditions to find concepts of humility, concepts of being able to listen without judgment. And I think it's really important to embrace those, especially as teachers, because, we'll get messages from people going, oh, we thought that was amazing, it was great. And inside, that little shiny ego piece is going, oh, look at me, I'm great at this. And it's fine. We all need a little bit of encouragement. But actually, I think that the nature of humility, the nature of non-judgment, the nature of awareness, which is sitting there within mindfulness, that has to be at the core of the practice of Qigong, because otherwise you're not being skillful with your energy.
Yeah, no, that's it. It's just coming into a self-relationship. I must just have a little reflect back on that when someone says they've had a really good time in one of your sessions and something shifted for them. The piece that lands for me is that I've helped them make a difference. What I've offered has made a difference. That warms my heart, and that reminds me why I'm here and why I do what I do. Yeah. That's the shift. And because Qigong is such an internal perspective, there's actually not much to show and tell about. Well, obviously we can in these sort of conversations, and there are external movements, but it's, as you're saying, it relates to your internal state so much, and that depends on each individual, and it's not always easy for people to do that. So I feel that this, what Qigong can offer is this mindful meditation. So people that struggle with meditation will come in, or should I say moving meditation, that's what I mean. It gives you an opportunity to be in a meditative state, but also have movement going on at the same time. Have you got something you'd like to say about that?
Yeah, I think it becomes very powerful, this one. And it's kind of the core of some work that we've got going on at the moment, some research work. Because we've had to, in preparing research, we've had to listen very carefully to why or what is needed, what is going to be powerful, what is going to be effective. And one of the bits that's come up very strongly is the nature of not actually, I wouldn't say it's meditation. I'd say it's the approach to a meditative state. Because I think that we can quite often get that approach to meditation muddled up with meditation. So, for example, observing the breath, watching a candle, single points of focus. This isn't meditation. This is single point of focus. Meditation is what happens beyond that single point of focus. Meditation is awareness. It isn't staring at a candle. But that's another can of worms. The reason I say that is that part of the piece that we're looking at here is giving people that ability to actually stop holding on to all of the noise, stop holding on to all of the emotion, all of the hurt, all of the disruption. And asking somebody to sit there and just stop doing it doesn't work. Well, it will for some. But actually giving somebody something physical to do that gives rhythm, and the rhythm, if that aligns with the breath, this helps to downregulate the breath. It helps to settle the heart rate. We can talk about all the physical stuff, but more importantly, it allows the mind to relax and the body to relax. And that, to me, is the gateway into Qigong. That, to me, is the gateway into meditation. But it's just something very simple that means that you're able to just find the rhythm of it and find the simplicity in it. And I think that's really what the movement offers. It should be that simple. And if it gets really complicated, it serves a different purpose.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, sure. But also the movements in Qigong, of course, are really helpful to unwind stress and tension in the joints and in the meridian lines, and to bring us into more of awareness how we use our body because we can, not because we have to. And so there's the joy piece there. Even if you've got joints that are aching, you can move them in a small way and you can find the range of motion that they can manage. Rather than thinking I've got to do it big and it's going to hurt. No. Find your own way. That self-compassion piece, you don't have to do it anybody else's way but your own, which I think is a huge gift that Qigong offers to people.
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah.
So what I would like to bring you up, that's interesting topic on bridging acts. When you're really busy in your outer world and you've got to do a lot of things and you would love to come and do some meditative practice or something and your mind just is struggling to settle down. So as you were explaining about that, coming into the breath and the awareness and the movement, it helps you to bring your nervous system into more regulation through your breath, maybe through a little bit of shaking, which I know is something that a lot of us do to help come into the present moment. And sometimes music helps as well. And the movement just to clear, clearing is so central to Qigong anyway, isn't it? Mm-hmm. You clear out the day, you clear out, that thing of when you're going to go meet your partner after a busy day and you've had a full on, you just want to be calm. You do a few great wheels of Qi before you get in the room or something.
Yeah.
It's so helpful.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it should be. Again, if I come back to the research piece, one of the pieces that we looked at was we have to do things that people can master really quickly. Mm-hmm. I'm deeply suspicious of anybody who calls themselves master. I always kind of go, who's called the master? Is this just some kind of weird hierarchy thing? And the way I tackle it is I tend to ask people things like, what happened when you mastered riding a bike?
Nice.
In that point of mastery, all that happens is you've been able to stop worrying about how it works and get on and use the tool or use the skill in order to achieve an aim. So the point of mastery for me, when we look at it like that, is the point at which we can use a practice without worrying about, am I getting it right or how is it working? We can use it for its intended aim. And so then we have to ask the question about, well, how quickly will that work? And I think that if you take very simple practice, it only takes 3 repetitions before you know what's coming next and you stop worrying about doing it correctly. And once you've done those 3 repetitions, you have effectively mastered the practice. Now you can take your bicycle for a journey. And it's all about how you actually use that. I think that there is, certainly in my introduction to Qigong, it was quite a performative thing. I don't know whether you the same, but I remember seeing the first time I saw the 5 animal sets, and you kind of go, oh, I'd like to be able to do that. I never looked at it and went, I'd like to be able to feel the benefit of that.
Well, you can't, can you? If you're looking at something, it's performative. That's the introduction, but there's also a transmission that you will be getting a feeling of. So there'll be something that's inviting you into it. And you think it's the movement. I mean, yeah, but actually it's what the movement is going to give you. And I find this call to do some movement. If you say that Qigong is exercise or any form of movement, people go, oh, I don't want to do movement. Oh, no, don't really. I'll do some breath work, or I'll do some, what was I going to say, some overstretching yoga. Don't get me wrong, I do like yoga, but I can't push. My body's not shaped for it, but there's certain openers, as we like to call them, that the body adores. But that's because of the feeling of it, not because of what it looks like. And I think as much as Qigong and yoga actually really do synergize beautifully, I've seen it many, many times. Yeah. There's also quite a difference between the approach. And I think that is why yoga teachers really like Qigong, because it chills out. There's no performance required. It's entirely how it is for you and what your self-mastery is, as you so rightly say.
Yeah, absolutely.
So along with all this research you're doing, so you are this Qigong Academy. Now, what's going on here then, John? How did this start up? Why is the Qigong Academy .org happening? Give us an overview.
This is kind of your fault, if I'm honest. Because, I mean, if we go back to, there was the point at which there was all the upset because of the intellectual property stuff that happened around one of the Qigong forms, and the way that kind of started to tear the whole Qigong community apart. And we spoke about this when it happened and said it just feels a bit silly. Because at the heart of Qigong, we've got an idea of WuChi, we've got an idea of equality, we've got an idea of oneness. Now, just because one particular group has done something that appears to be divisive shouldn't tear everybody else apart. That is just making us into the rights and the wrongs, the lefts and the rights, the ups, the downs. This isn't the nature of Qigong. Qigong is about connectivity, oneness. And so we started the thing called One Chi, which ran for a few years and was really interesting. We had great conversations. And as quite a lot of great things, it kind of rose and then it moved on. But out the back of it, there was a whole process that happened for me. And one of the things was one of my Chinese teachers who happened to be in the UK had been pestering me to work with him for a number of years. And I kept on saying no. And one of the reasons I kept on saying no was because my experience of working with the Chinese teachers is that you are always their organizer and you were always their number two. And the number of conversations I'd had with people who I knew that I could be immensely helpful to, but they wouldn't deal with me because they wanted a Chinese teacher. But in any case, things moved on and I was given the Qigong Academy as the vessel to work with this particular teacher, plus an offer of significant investment, which I turned down because I don't want it to be about money. And it kind of went from there. There was, let's say, all kinds of little twists and turns along the story, along the line. But what we decided was that Qigong Academy really ought to be a mainly online thing. And it needs to be a space that everybody who's interested in either practicing or teaching Qigong, regardless of background, regardless of training, should have a space that they can meet as equals with no hierarchy. If anybody becomes hierarchical within this organization, we will kick them out. Actually, we'll probably ridicule them a little bit first, just because, yeah, but we won't go there. It's about creating a space that we can actually have good quality conversations, that we're not playing my dad's bigger than your dad. I follow the one true master and all the rest of the divisive bullshit that sits out there in the world of Qigong. And then we decided it'd be really nice if on the hour, every hour, 24 hours a day, you could come in and you could do live online Qigong with groups of people. And And then we thought, oh, but you can't just do sessions. We need to do classes as well. And so this is the vision for Qigong Academy. And we want it to be in multiple languages. We want it to be all over the world. And we want it to be accessible on a financial level as well. Because one of the other things we find talking into certain countries, Qigong becomes very expensive. You know, to work with certain teachers who are considered to be of the highest level, you need to sell your children to work with these guys because it's so expensive. And you're just like, it's utter rubbish. Qigong is about equality. It's about openness. We need to have platforms that it doesn't matter who it is. We can be there to support everybody, and that's what Qigong Academy is kind of about. And then obviously the flip side is in the research piece as well.
Yeah, so here we are, both on the screen at the same time. Hello, yeah, here we are, live and direct. And thank you for mentioning WuChi, because that was an episode in my life that I really enjoyed, where we came together, you and there was Jeremy as well, and there was Nicola, and there was Tim, and there's several other people that came in and out. Alex James being one of the ones that we really wanted to get on more, because he knew so much about acupuncture and Qigong, and we were sort of learning loads. And so I can see now, as you were talking into the academy, how that's grown from that real want to get everyone to be together on the same page and to share pieces of your knowledge and your knowledge. Not that this is better than yours, but what have you got and how are you approaching that? Oh God, I hadn't thought of that. And that was so heartening. And we had a radio show on UK Health Radio for quite a little while, and they kept it going as well. All the replays kept going for several years afterwards. So I think it was very much appreciated, but it still kind of didn't know where it was going. We kind of did it as an experiment, didn't we? So thank you for taking it further and continuing in making it into something that's actually workable. That I think you're using the school program at the moment, aren't you? But it's the platform school. But,
at the moment we're using a platform called School. Have we tried? We've done all kinds of stuff with the website. We've spent way too much money on it, and we're just trying to find a platform, we're going to see where this goes. There may be some changes coming up fairly soon, but something that gives us the flexibility and the reliability that everybody who interacts with it, you can interact with it from a mobile phone, from a laptop, from a tablet. You can kind of tune into it from wherever, and it's just accessible and relevant. And most importantly, it needs to be a safe and secure place.
Yes, exactly. One of the other things that came up about this when I was a fly on the wall of one of the discussions. I couldn't get into the room, but no. Anyway, you knew I was there, typing away. Fantastic a discussion about Qigong and healing, which I think would be a great topic to continue into at some point, maybe with a couple of other members of the Qigong Academy as well. Mm-hmm. But you were saying that when people know that they're being recorded, they don't share as much. And I think, is there a space within the Qigong Academy where you can have these sort of private but connected conversations, knowing that those won't necessarily be recorded, but some you will cherry pick and go, actually, we're going to record this one. So you're recognizing that there are different layers and needs of people being able to share so that they develop, and that you've also got a resource to share with others. It's tricky. How are you managing that?
I've got two kind of approaches to it. The piece we did on healing is the last time we're going to record something and say we're putting it out publicly, because it shut down people who had just the most amazing input because they didn't want to be publicly out there saying things. And once the mic went off, there was just so much richness within the space. It was incredible. We are looking at that, but what we're going to do is we're going to record for release within the community. And then we'll see how that goes. And then if we still feel as if there's restriction, we'll stop recording completely. Because Qigong Academy needs to be in service of the community. And yes, we do need to market. We do need it to be something that people hear about. But once you're within the community, it should be really held for you. And the other thing, which is kind of a confession, I hate teaching classes. This is not a good start for a Qigong teacher, but I really don't like teaching classes, because one of the things that I found is, draw out lesson plans for the next 8 weeks and go, I'm going to do this and this and this and this. And you get to the first week and it just all goes to pot. And so I then took an approach that I'm never going to teach a Qigong class again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a session and we will just have an interesting conversation around Qigong. And then the challenge is whoever comes in, whatever you throw at me, I need to try to incorporate that into the Qigong practice that we do afterwards.
So, yeah, but I think, John, this is because you and I have been teaching for quite a few number of years. I mean, over 25 years now, which is like, how do we do that? And so, and to begin with, I absolutely had the lesson plan thing because I was wanting to make sure I covered things. But once you kind of tune into these conversations, not just the verbal, but the energetic, you can't actually know what your students are going to be like till they rock up, until the energy kind of speaks to you. And then maybe you've got a flavour, you've got a theme going on that's the overarching umbrella of it. But how that comes through you for your students is entirely the conversation, as you say.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things I bang on about is my sense of Qigong is it should never be a monologue. It should always be a dialogue. You are always in response to the people that you're working with. It isn't an imposition. It isn't and this is one of the issues that I have with the concept of transmission. The way I was taught transmission was an imposition. It isn't two-way traffic. It's the master will now transmit their energy to you. And it's just, oh, come on, grow up. It always has to be a dialogue. And I think one of the things that's interesting here, sorry, I have a tendency to be a little controversial and outspoken, and please tell me I'm wrong because I love being told I'm wrong as well. And I do respond well to it. But one of the other things that sits within here for me is that the way that I actually run the sessions, I get quite a few Qigong teachers coming in, because in coming in, they can ask the questions, we can have the exploration, we can look at, even just exploring the way that something is taught and how a description can be freeing, but with a slight change of wording, it could become restrictive. These types of ideas that you can explore within a class and cross over that place between practitioner and teacher, I think we need to have space for those to happen.
Definitely, and definitely, and with teachers being able to share with one another as well. It's such a joy because you're a facilitator. Who's going to hold space for you that's different from you doing your own practice? So just quickly, we're going to ask John to do a short practice in a minute for you, but I'm intrigued, this idea of transmission. I think you're absolutely right. It is a two-way street, and I think it happens entirely naturally. I don't think it's anything you have to switch on. It just occurs, and being present. So how do we manage all of that when we're doing things online? What are your views on that?
That I found very challenging. My background, I'd spent many years working in kind of tech and places like that, and I'd burnt out in 2010, but mainly because of online working. And so I was always cautious about online, and I didn't have a particularly comfortable relationship with that. And so when everything moved into the online space, with COVID and the first lockdown, I kind of had to bite the bullet and just go for it. And the thing that was interesting is that my sense is that you can still get a sense of the people who you're interacting with in the online space. But the cues tend to be more subtle. And on top of that, if people are coming from their homes, things can happen in the home that disrupt. So you've got to be more aware of dealing with disruption in a way that doesn't disrupt everybody else. So it's a completely different space to work in. And the other thing I think is really powerful here is, again, if you talk about transmission, I was hearing a lovely story a couple of days ago about somebody who went to see Thich Nhat Hanh, and they related the story of all of these people in the room with him, and he gave the same teaching to every single person. And the person who was talking about it said it kind of spoke to everybody's heart, but everybody heard something different and everybody got something different from it. And I think that especially in the online space, we need to be very very careful with the way we express things. There's that piece about, are we creating space for something to change, or are we pointing towards something that is causing a restriction? And the nature of language when we teach online, I think there's far greater skill in being effective working online than there is face to face. And I'm endlessly fascinated by it. And you see people who do it incredibly well, and you see techniques that wouldn't appear to work that are just great. There was one guy who I've got a lot of time for, even though he is quite controversial, and you'll have to excuse me swearing on this, but he always finishes off his sessions by getting everybody to shout "fuck off" at each other in their mother tongue and then hanging up. And it's just the most glorious way to end a session. But it's just, there's some stuff out there that is really out there, but in the online space it works. If you did it in real world, it wouldn't work.
Okay, so that's brilliant, because it is bringing real life, real existence. Qigong is about life force energy. We all have it. And it's not, though it's something precious, it's not something that a master can tell you about. It's an activation that comes through your engagement with it to make it your own. And if you make it your own, it's more likely to be able to help you, because you're not thinking, the teacher's got to be here, or I'm not going to be able to do it. I mean, I remember our teachers would often, I'd say, well, how am I going to remember it all? It's like, well, all you've got to do is remember one thing, and that is the one thing that really wants to sit with you at the moment. So I'm going to ask you, John Millar from qigongacademy.org and so much more, have you got a short practice that you would like to share with people here on the World Tai Chi Qigong Day? Yay! And onwards, obviously, if you're watching on replay, because we will keep this up for quite some time, because I know it's going to be a lovely resource for people. So shall we do that? And would you like to introduce it? Tell us what you'd like to share with people first.
Absolutely. Before I go there, I just want to pick up on that last point you said, because one of the things that I say on the website, or one of the things that I've been picked up on the website, is authentic Qigong. Now, people think when I say authentic Qigong, they are in some way what the implication is that there is inauthentic and authentic Qigong out there. What I would like to suggest is that the authentic Qigong is your Qigong that works for you. It isn't somebody else's Qigong that you've picked up and you're replicating. Nobody should be a power limitation of their teacher. Everybody should be glorious in their own practice. So having said that, the piece I'd like to share, when we started to develop this program, which is about doing research that actually has the depth and ability to be impactful within Western medicine, we had to strip everything back and go, how can you teach something that people can remember in 3 breaths that has real power? And what we came up with was 2 movements. And those 2 movements are extended into 4 movements. And I'd like to share the 2 movements with you and explain how they go to 4. And just give you a little bit of a flavour of the ideas that sit within them. Every single movement can have a massive amount of idea that sits within it. We can apply so much of physical experience or physical intention, of the mental work, of the emotional work, of the relational work. Because I think that one of the issues that sits here is that we are always in relation to everything around us. And part of Qigong is understanding those relationships more effectively, and allowing ourselves to be moved by the things that are happening, but allowing that movement to continue moving and not to stick. So that's the piece I'd like to share with you.
So thank you so much, John. And while John is off preparing, because he's going to take us to his teepee, I thank you all so much for listening or watching this episode of Chi Time on World Tai Chi Qigong Day. We're going to be back after John has shared his practices with you with another teacher. I don't know which one it's going to be yet, but it will be as we continue this flow, as it unfolds naturally, organically, and just because I said, yes, all right, I'll do that. Thanks for being here. Let's hand over to John now in his teepee.
Okay, so thank you to Clara from Chi Time for this, and welcome to this little bit of practice around World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. So what I'd like to invite you to do is just join me in some practice. And so the first thing I'd like you to do is just to find a comfortable posture to stand in. In the comfortable posture, there needs to be the ability to move. And the way we can kind of observe the posture is just by watching the breath and allowing the breath to run freely. Now, I mentioned that we're going to work with 4 movements. So the first movement, we can just allow this to be a settling of the breath. So we can use the rising as an in-breath and the sinking or the releasing as the out-breath. And just allow this to travel at the pace of your breath. Don't try to breathe the same pace as me. Breathe at your pace. And this is the first movement. It's rising and sinking. We can put some intention with the movement. So we'll just play with a couple of ideas here. So the first one is that having breathed in, the releasing is letting go of all of the junk, all of the heavy stuff that you carry around with you. It's just putting it down. Okay, so just to focus on the out breath, put down the heavy stuff. Release. One more. And then because you've released it, the rising can fill you with fresh potential, with fresh chi. So this is now releasing and refreshing, nourishing. So the releasing can be physical discomfort, mental discomfort, emotional discomfort. We can just allow it to pass and take a moment to be relaxed. There's many ways that we can use this. We can talk about yin and yang, we can talk about hun and po. But most important, do something that feels beneficial for you. And I don't think that's thinking about deeper aspects of Chinese medicine at the moment. Just find something comfortable for you. And then after a few more repetitions, allow the movement to subside. So you can start to come back to a quieter, more centered space. So in the Jineng practice, this is Ding Tian Li Di, connecting to the heavens and the earth. Xing Zong is then relaxing into the space in between. And then the second movement is open. Now, open can also be release. But now this is connect and gather. So this can align with the breath in either direction, whichever works for you. Or maybe it takes a little longer than a single breath. It's release and gather. Release. And gather. And again, many ways we can explore this. So let's just take a moment here. The next release, I'd like you to pause. And this is actually expand awareness. And take a moment just to have an awareness of the space outside of yourself. And then draw the awareness into the space inside of yourself. So this can be outside space and inside space. Outside space and inside space. A couple more. So the next time you draw back, just pause for a moment again. Come back into that quiet and centered space and notice your state. So these are the two movements. The third movement combines these two. And the way that we come into it is we take our dominant hand and point it towards the opposite foot. And then just draw a line diagonally from the foot across the body and allow the hand to release out. So we'll do that 3 times. So this is both the rising and the opening. The rising and the opening. We can do this on the other side 3 times. Open the diagonal. Open the diagonal. Just allow the body to move in the way that it wants to move with this. One more on this side. And then we can start to alternate. So as one hand opens, the other hand's pointing down. And it's just opening the diagonals at the same time. So the thing that becomes interesting here is this very quickly can turn into cloud hands. We can introduce an idea of spiraling, and it can turn into any of the dragon Dao, well, the dragon plays with pearl types of practices. We can sink into it. We can just allow ourselves to move with it. We can introduce an aspect of gathering. So when the hand comes back, allow it to draw back. So this is releasing and gathering. It's an endlessly adaptable movement. Again, lots of detail that we can explore, lots of ideas we can explore, but just notice your movement for the moment. And then I'm going to throw one idea in. And the idea is, in turbulent times, this is us being blown by the wind and gathering ourselves in. Gathering ourselves in. So some days when you come into practice, you may find there's a lot of movement. But we're always interested in returning towards stillness. Coming back into a balanced place. So allow the movement to just quietly return. Find your balanced place. And it could be that on any given day, there's still movement there, or there could be stillness. Just allow yourself to return. Allow yourself to return. And then we'll come into the fourth aspect, the fourth variation. The first movement, the rising and the sinking. We can just imagine that. So we can just imagine the rising and the sinking. And if we come back into a kind of normal stance, as if you're just standing waiting for something in public, you can find the rising and the sinking. Similarly, you could be queuing up in a shop or waiting for a bus. And there can be an expansion and a gathering. But you would get some funny looks. Not as funny as if you start doing the diagonals. So what we're interested in is how can we have both the rising and the sinking and the releasing and the gathering in a single movement. So what I'd invite you to do is just place one hand or two hands, it could be the back of the hand, it could be the palms, on the small of the back. And allow the breath to come in, and so you can feel the small of the back move with the breath. And the movement is very subtle. The movement is present. Breathe to where the hand is. The in-breath is the gather back. The out-breath is the release. In the in-breath, just take a moment to soften the knees, sink the tailbone slightly. And in the out-breath, straighten the legs slightly and lift the crown. This is the rising and the sinking, the releasing and the gathering. And you'll probably find where the hand is warmed up, so you can take the hand away and just breathe to the warm place on the small of your back. Notice your stage. When you breathe into this place, notice your stage. And then just to close the practice, a question. How many breaths does it take to make a difference? Because I've heard all kinds of answers, but my sense is one breath. Take a moment, come back to the place we started the practice. Find a relaxed posture just for a single breath, and breathe into lower dantian. The inside space in relation to the outside space in a very relaxed state. And then, just by way of closing off, I like the idea of reaching out, connecting, and then gathering back. Bringing the mind back home, back into your physical center, into lower dantian. Placing hands over lower dantian. Then relaxing to the sides. Release. Thank you.
Well, yes, that's not lovely. That was really lovely. I mean, obviously, John has hang on a second. So, yeah, John has some controversial and outspoken views there, but he is up for discussing anything and really quite likes it when we do pull him up on things or have questions about things. So, but that practice was just so gorgeous, wasn't it? It reminded me, earlier we had Jost Sauer on, who was talking about silk reeling and those movements, that waving the arms in the clouds, which is part of the Tai Chi form, reminds me of also the movement of the silk reeling. So I love these connections that are coming through and yeah, showing the connection between Tai Chi and Qigong indeed. Right, let's carry on because we've still got a reasonable amount to share with you here. We're going to go into the two women who are both shiatsu practitioners and Qigong teachers. And then after that, we're going to hear from Jamie Catto and his partner, Mandy Panilva. And then we're going to complete with Sharron Rose, the director of the Quantum Chi movie, and show you a couple of trailers for that up and coming extraordinary, it's a feature-length documentary. More of that soon. Let's stay with the present moment because we know that's really all that's happening. And let's bring on Lys Lily Wild. So let me just get her up and ready, and then after her we'll see what Emma Sunhouse has to say. So I hope you're enjoying this. Do leave me any comments, messages anywhere. It's lovely to have you along for this World Tai Chi Qigong Day special.
So in this next segment of our World Tai Chi Qigong Day special with me, Clara Apollo, I have another dear friend of mine from actually even longer ago than some of the other people I've been introducing you to here. This is Lys Lily Wild, and she is a shiatsu practitioner and Qigong teacher, and quite a lot more than that, I can tell you. But we first met back in the 1990s in Stoke Newington in London as part of there's a big community that we had there. And we didn't actually start chatting until I moved to Somerset, which was about sort of 7 or 8 years ago now, when I just landed in a house sit for a friend of mine, and there she was, and and then we haven't really stopped chatting since. So welcome into Chi Time on this very special day, Lys.
Thank you, darling. Clara, this is so wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. And yeah, absolutely, our history goes back into the days of London in the 90s. Very exciting times it was. But yeah, you're right. We didn't connect until slightly later on. So here I am, and here you are, and here we are on this amazing moment in time. So thank you for having me on. It's great.
Oh, you're so welcome. And to find that we have Qigong in common, it was just brilliant. And so I'm intrigued. How did you first get into Qigong? When did it first come into your life? What happened?
Well, interestingly enough, when I was doing my shiatsu studies about 20 years ago now, I started doing some meridian exercises that were offered as part of the training. And what I found was that they were unsatisfactory. So I started looking into Qigong practices, into different meridian and organ practices as well, and started working with it then as part of my own daily practice. At the time, I was teaching a variation of yin yoga and very remedial hatha yoga at a retreat center. And I was being pulled so much more towards Qigong. So eventually, in the end, I went up to study with Bob Lowy up at the Samya Ling Centre up in Scotland. And I did an official Qigong training up there, which was fabulous. The countryside is amazing. The centre is so beautiful. Really lovely to be in Scotland to do that. And I've been practicing and developing all of my teaching since then, really, since 2018, officially as a Qigong teacher. Beyond all the yoga teaching.
Oh, well, this is it. It can integrate, isn't it? This is what I'm noticing through a lot of these conversations we're having is the fact that Qigong comes in to help anything that you're already doing. And it will also then give its intelligence and wisdom and presence to developing what it is you are here to do. So that's so interesting that you had a yoga background. Because I think there are more yoga teachers that are finding Qigong really interesting to bring into their own practices, but also to then bring into their teachings. So.
Yes. I think there's a great deal of space for it because it helps the body to strengthen and working with the energy body more than just, I think yoga in the West, my experience of yoga in the West, and I say this knowing that there are many wonderful teachers, but it's often a very physically based practice. And traditionally, that was never the intent of yoga. Yoga was always for the meditation aspect. But if you look at both Asia, the Asian, the continent where yoga comes from, and also where the Qigong comes from, ultimately both practices are about sustaining longevity as much as possible, keeping suppleness and flexibility within the body. I do love the Qigong because there's a softness and a gentleness to that and a deep strength. If you practice daily, it will get you very, very strong. So, yeah, it's great.
So, absolutely, I agree. There's this the internal mettle, the internal fortitude and that nurturing of one's inner compass in the heart and in the Shen zone. It does develop over time. So how has Qigong changed your life, or how has it helped you in your life in particular?
So, as I say, I completed my studies in 2018, did a few kind of teachings then during that next year, but then I had a breast cancer diagnosis in 2020 and had to stop pretty much everything, as you do when you have diagnoses like that. And what I found was in my recovery, they offered various exercises to do and things, like this. And I, of course, being a teacher, I was like, well, I can obviously do better than this. And because what happens, especially with breast cancer, there's a cut that happens that means that you can't lift your arms particularly high. So I felt the Qigong would be very helpful for me in being able to get my arms back to their original glory, as it were. And I found that it was on the right side. I can actually, from the Qigong practice, lift my arm all the way back up, and I have no pain in that side. And I attribute that absolutely to my Qigong practice and the dedication I had at that time when I could do nothing else. Even if I was sitting, each day I did something. So it stands as living proof of what this practice can do in all its myriad of forms. It's wonderful.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing that, and also for bringing up that aspect of Qigong. It can be done in all sorts of different ways, in however you're feeling at the time. I find sometimes I'll just run the internal forms because my physical body just needs me to rest, and at other times I will be doing, more of a physical movement because I'll just be getting into the breath and the movement. I'll be needing that, and so it meets you where you are, doesn't it? And you're able to then tune in and listen and not override. Be really compassionate and mindful to yourself that something you want to come into your relationship with your chi again. How is it now? And that's why it's so fascinating, because it's all ever changing, isn't it?
It is ever changing, absolutely. And one of the things, because I wanted to address nervous system situation. I mean, obviously, when I went through the cancer diagnosis, my nervous system was completely shot to pieces with treatments and diagnosis. That's what tends to happen. So I was delving deeply into that. And one of the things I realized was all the practices I had around traditional Chinese medicine, as well as the Qigong, were instrumental in helping me to calm that, as we call it, Shen, the Shen mind, the connection to our source. But also calming the nerves. And in more recent times, I've been developing bespoke groups, nervous system realign groups. So what they are comprised of are bite-sized kind of chunks of Qigong, acupressure, points, locations, and what they can do. All with the whole premise behind them is to work with the nervous system. But also to introduce people to an ancient form. Traditional Chinese medicine has been tried and tested for thousands of years. And here we are reinventing the wheel in terms of our nervous system work. And I'm not saying the modern work isn't fabulous, because it is, but the combination of both is what we need. And I've just finished my cohort for this spring, and I've been absolutely loving it. They're really, it's opening their eyes to this whole Qigong side of things and the practice and what that means and how that affects them and how calm they feel after the classes. It's a joy. It's an absolute joy.
Oh, Lys, please, will you share some of that with us here on our World Tai Chi Qigong Day special?
Well, I can share a little bit. We haven't got masses of time, but I'll share with you. So when we're doing practice, I like to work with different points, and there's one which is a really lovely one in the center of the palm. So if you take your middle finger and you put the middle finger down to the palm, it's slightly off center, and then you can take your thumb into that place, place your hand on the back, and then just gently work. Now, that's a really great point for if you're feeling really stressed. So what this is Heart Protector 8. This is the doorway to the heart. So the heart, which is our sovereign self, the meridian and the energy, this is like the first minister that stood at the doorway to let in what we need and nourishes us, and to shut out what would otherwise be really troublesome for our souls and for our spirits. So it's a fantastic go-to point if you have any stress and nerves. Really great. And I say to people, if you can't remember where it is, don't worry, just rub your palms, rub your hands together, and that will get that point. But also within practice, of course, we're using our hands so much, having an attention to that area of the body, into that point, is absolutely fabulous. So that's one that I wanted to work with. And the other one, if I step back a little, I'm hoping you can actually see me. Can you see me with my hands on my belly here? Yeah. So we talk about the dantian, the low dantian. We go, put your fingers into your belly, and then I'm not going to go to exactitudes, but I just want you to go to either side of the belly, on that line either side of the belly, and just feel into a point either side. So exactitudes for that would be, if people want to go and do their own research, it's stomach 25. really amazing point is our central point. So it connects us in our energetic center. Absolutely beautiful.
Can you just move back very slightly, Lys?
Yeah,
And slightly in the middle. There we go. That's better. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, when I work with these points, because I'm a shiatsu practitioner, I'm less about the exact place, because there's so many different points and meridians and within the body energy systems. So I just want you to get a sense working into that belly, because again, when we're working with our Qigong, all of this area, this is the area we want to ignite and bring all that beautiful energy into. So the hands and into the belly, they're two lovely points I like to work with within my classes when I'm working with the nervous system realigned. So just to offer that up for the day for those two. So that's heart protector 8 and stomach 25.
That's lovely. Yeah. So this attention on nervous system calming and resetting, it's the reminding that we automatically would go into that when we step into nature, when we are able to breathe more deeply. It's when you say it's a reset, is it not more of a returning and a reclaiming? I mean,
yes. Yes, it is a reclaiming, and I'm very, very, very strongly connected into the 5 elements. So a lot of my work follows the premise of the 5 phases, so the different phases of energy. So working with the creative cycle, a lot of the Qigong practices, I do work with that. And today, I'm aware that we haven't got that much time, so I'm not going to do full practice, but I'd like to just show you one that works with the kidney and the bladder, which is, of course, absolutely brilliant for all of that nervous system stuff. So should I go and show you?
Yeah, absolutely.
This one that works with that lovely water energy? Yeah.
Yeah. And the kidneys are linked to fear and wisdom, and the amount of fear that's being dialed up at the moment. There's like an antidote. Any kidney Qigong done well and mindfully is going to help.
Well, it's the fear and the courage. It's the same size, both sides. So this is one of the sections of the 5 animal frolics, which is Hua Tuo, which was said to be the father of Chinese medicine, and it comes from, I think it's I can't remember. It's very ancient. It's a Dong Gong Qigong form. Very, very ancient form. There's a whole history behind it, which I won't go into at this point. But let me show you this lovely deer form. So hopefully you can still hear me over here. Am I positioned where you can see my body okay? That's great. So if you come into having feet together, bending down through the knee and bringing this left foot out to the side, check down with your feet, bending slightly into the ankles, softening through the knees, softening through the hips, lovely WuChi stance. So for the purposes of this, we're coming into this kind of, if I show you actually, I'll come a little bit closer, this kind of motion with our fingers. It's almost like a deer. It almost looks like a deer. And that's what we're doing with our fingers. So back in the WuChi stance, yes, absolutely. So what you're going to do is let's open the space, taking in a deep breath through the nose and an out breath through the nose. Bringing our hands into the deer with the palms facing down. Now what you're going to do is step to the left, sweeping the arms to the right, up and over, and you're turning to look behind you. And then you're sweeping your arms all the way back round to the front and stepping back into the WuChi. And then we repeat on the other side. So the arms go to the left, step slightly to the right, sweep the arms up, looking behind, and then the arms come all the way back. Such a beautiful, beautiful feeling in the sides of the body. And once again, sweep the arms to the right, stepping forward, and the arms go all the way over. So keeping that lovely curve and softness. It's the grace of the deer, that beautiful grace. You can imagine them stepping with their beautiful slender legs. And these are their lovely horns as they turn behind to look into that woodland on a beautiful, beautiful morning. And then what we're going to do is we've got the hands in this position. You sweep them down in a circle and around up to your shoulders, step forward with the left. And then you bring backs of those hands, a bit like deer would be if they were banging horns together. And then you come all the way back, sweep down again, and then up and step with the right, all the way forward, out and bringing the backs of the hands together like deers, sweeping down all the way, and back. Okay, and then sweeping the arms up. And do that one again, just to close off really nicely. Breath in as we sweep the arms up. And come in softly. Bring the hands onto the belly. So you remember I was talking about that lovely stomach 25. Just a bit more information. There's the sweet spot between digestion and elimination. So it's really good for nourishing that, as we like to nourish our dantian. Good to have more knowledge of this particular area of the body. So that's just a part of one of my absolute favourite forms, and that's the one I'm going to be bringing to the table in May in Glastonbury. Really looking forward to that. So thank you for sharing that with me, Clara. That was amazing.
Well, thank you for reminding me of the deer forms and thinking how spot on, because the deer is associated with the wood element as well, isn't it? Well, in the lineage that I've trained in.
It's funny, but because different lineages, different forms have different energetics in different lineages. And I'm working with the tiger form. So Mimi Kumo Dima, she works with the tiger form within the Guardians. That's of, I think it's the metal element, but in the Hua Tuo's 5 Animal Frolics, it's the wood element.
Yeah.
So it there's a fluidity with all of these. There's a fluidity.
And a conversation between metal and wood. That there is that one, isn't there?
Absolutely, always a conversation.
But for me, when I was learning the deer form in my training, it was very much about the muscles and the sinews and that whole the wood element that was kind of able to get deeper into the physicality, which was linked to the spring when you're kind of waking up and wanting to use your body in a more fuller way. And so as you were turning and twisting, I'm like, oh yeah. Oh, that's so nice. And of course, your kidneys are enjoying that. Your liver's enjoying it. All the fascia is starting to shift in the stagnation. So I think deer forms, and thank you for bringing those into my awareness again, because I just love them.
I mean, whichever elements you're attributing any of the forms to, I think the key thing is to remember that there is that creative cycle. Everything is moving into everything else. And what we're looking for is that equilibrium and balance, between the phases within us. It's always that within as without, so it really doesn't matter. There's no hard and fast rule.
But there are tenets and protocols, like you were talking about the dantian being that collecting place, being that's the center, and then that nurtures the others, as I'm sure those of you who are watching or even listening, because I think I will put some of this onto my Spotify account as well. But so if you are listening and you want to watch this, come over to my YouTube, Clara Apollo's Chi Time, because then you'll be able to see what Lys is up to and the other people that are part of this this special that we're doing. So with all of this kind of call to self-care in a sort of deeper, more mindful way, how do you feel Qigong is important for literally everyone and anyone in the world? Because as we said earlier, you can do it in all sorts of different ways. You don't have to be a super athlete, although if you are, it's really helpful as well. How do you think Qigong can help people as we go through this deeply transformational time here?
I think Qigong can cover all the bases. We're looking at a world where AI and technology is kind of taking the forefront. And ultimately, what I keep coming back to is that we are creatures. I read a report a few weeks ago that our amygdala aspect of the brain hasn't changed in the thousands of years that we have been evolved as in human form. That would suggest to me that as creatures, we are as we are. And, as creatures, we need certain things. We need light, we need rest, we need good food, we need good company. And we need good movement. We need to find ways to come into meditation spaces. We need to find really good ways to breathe. And I think Qigong can offer very gentle practices. So many. Honestly, Clara, there's a myriad of different forms. One form doesn't work for you, another may. You can go, as you say, into the internal practices, sound practices, movement practices. It covers so many areas. And I think having some aspect of a Qigong practice within your life is absolutely invaluable to your longevity as a creature, as a human. So, yeah.
Wow. Yeah. And what we're going to do now is to just confess that both Lys and I rather like ecstatic dancing, and we were together in the Glastonbury Town Hall last week, and really finding that our Qigong helps with our dance.
Yes.
Really does, doesn't it? That whole
100%. Yes. It keeps my body supple. Yeah. And there's when the ecstatic dance kind of moves through waves, when it comes into the softer waves, it's so beautiful to practice a form when you've got some really melodically, beautifully uplifting music going on. Absolutely gorgeous.
And you can let it express through you, because it's something that we spoke about after you've done your training, and it was like, are we allowed to make up forms? It's like, well, not while we're teaching other people. That's generally the rule of thumb. But for yourself, yes. Spontaneous Qigong, natural expression of energy and movement.
Yes.
Hello. Yes. That's why I think it links with dance so beautifully, because you're being held by the sound, the music, the rhythm, and then the healing that comes through being able to just move in that way for movement's sake. There's the Qigong at the base of that enables it to be truly your expression. You're not doing a move because you think it looks cool, although some of them do, but that's not the reason. And if you get into a flow and you're just doing something over and over again, you just know that that's what your system wants. But if it wants to then move into something else because the music's changed, I think this is hugely healing, and it's helped me so much. Get through all sorts of things in my life. So
absolutely. We're souls in these bodies, and isn't it a great thing to keep the body so finely tuned that our soul can move forward in our lives and we can do the things we need to do?
Yes.
It doesn't take much. Any of the exercises are great, but the beauty of Qigong is it brings in all the energetics. So it's all connected into that spirit and that connection down. So I would recommend anybody to go and try it out.
And the older we get, the taking care of our joints is really important, and to enable us to dance and to go through the world. So then there's this piece about longevity that is about being fluid in your movement, so you're not stuck in places that could get stuck if you didn't have that movement. And some of the movements can be so subtle as well.
Yes.
You don't have to do big old ones, and that's what's fascinating too. Yes. So
but it's the proprioception internally, isn't it? It's beginning to learn. We get so far removed from our bodies, and this is the whole thing with the tech story. We're in our heads. Humankind is learning to be in its head, and it's learning to be and to feel into your body, to feel what that feels like to move and turn your wrist, and how that affects all the way up your arm into your shoulder, and where on your back you can feel it. That is invaluable information. The feedback of that information for the connection of how the body works then goes out systemically through our system, and we can then begin to work in cohesion within inside ourselves as well, which is a really good and necessary thing.
It is, and that awareness, because we have so much going on in the mind that can just get can't be online too much in the mind. But when we bring our hands into our Dantian, we become curious about our bodies again. Then the Qigong inquiry is like, how does that feel? What are you noticing there? Without getting too involved with it, you still have that kind of background presence of being a viewer of what's happening. But what you're doing is you're giving your mind a job to do that you've asked it to do, that's to do with your body. And that has been really big for me to sort of keep relating back to my physicality and to the energy gates or the energy centers within my body. As you know, I've done quite a lot of work with the chakras as well as the Dantian. And this helps the mind be part of the picture, but not running the show. And Qigong's helped me hugely with that approach.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. We love it, and we want everybody else to give it a go.
So how can people find out more about you, Lys? Where can you go?
They can go to, so my website is www.wildrelease, relys.com. I also, there's a Facebook page, so Shiatsu with Lys on Facebook. There is an Instagram, which is Storm and Shine Lys on Instagram. And as I say, I'm going to be running my next cohorts coming in on the 7th of May in Glastonbury. So offering drop-in as well, but we've got quite a few people already booking up. It's a small hall. If you are around the area and you want to join, then come on down, give me a shout. It'd be lovely to have you there. And let's send more lovely Qigong out into the world, hey?
Well, exactly. Interesting you're doing it on the 10th of May, because that's when I'm running a workshop in the New Forest on the primordial Qigong.
Oh, amazing.
So something's going on that day.
Yeah.
Special.
Good energy.
Yeah, and some in-person practice. Yes, the online is important to keep us connected and to keep reminding us to do it, but in-person is just so special. So if you're able to find a Qigong teacher wherever you are, then and I think it's something you said a bit earlier about when you to be able to choose your style of Qigong, because there's so many of them. If you do some practice with someone that you don't particularly resonate with, don't let that put you off Qigong, because there are so many teachers, and that you will, you'll maybe find that you're like going unraveling. It'll be a quest. You'll be following
so
the breadcrumbs.
So many forms. It's like a journey, isn't it?
Totally.
Find what works for you. Definitely.
Yeah. But with all the differences and different expressions of Qigongs, the centre practice is still always the same, and I love that. There's a real continuity through that if they're rightly aligned. Yeah. So thank you so much for being part of this World Tai Chi Qigong Day special, Lys Lily Wild. May you go well.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, Clara. Absolutely beautiful to talk with you today. Thank you. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely day, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you all for listening and watching. See you on the next one. And so, wasn't that interesting? I'm going to crack on here because I just want to keep the thread going between shiatsu and Qigong with Emma Sunhouse. So she just did a short 15-minute session for us here, which is gorgeous. So let's I'm just going to do an experiment and turn off my sound and see if you can still hear. So that didn't work, did it? So I've just unmuted myself again. So I'm going to start that again. Apologies, Emma. And so, continuing on with our World Tai Chi Qigong Day special, I have for you now a woman that I have known on the outskirts of the Qigong world. We met at a Qigong
training with Ken Cohen, and we just got on instantly. And it was so lovely to be able to invite her into this special that we're doing, because she's doing great work up in Wales. I am talking about Emma Sunhouse. Welcome into Chi Time on the World Tai Chi Qigong Day.
Thank you, Tara.
And so, continuing on with our World Tai Chi Qigong Day special, I have for you now a woman that I have known on the outskirts of the Qigong world. We met at a Qigong training with Ken Cohen, and we just got on instantly. And it was so lovely to be able to invite her into this special that we're doing, because she's doing great work up in Wales. I am talking about Emma Sunhouse. Welcome into Chi Time on the World Tai Chi Qigong Day.
Thank you, Tara.
So Emma is a Qigong teacher, and she's also a shiatsu practitioner. So this is a lovely combination. And we've got somebody else on as well, Lys Lily Wild, who has brought these two together. So may I ask you, Emma, what came first, the shiatsu or the Qigong?
The Qigong came first.
Okay. And how did it find you? How did you find it?
I broke my neck snowboarding in my 20s. And so I think it's like I tried a lot of different things, physio, chiro, and I went to yoga classes, but my shoulder and neck was always kind of locked. The first Qigong class I went to, I just came out, my head was just floating, and I was like, what had just happened? So yeah, it was kind of, it just hit me where I needed that first class. I was really lucky to have an amazing teacher, and to have a big shift on that first class. So then I kept doing the Qigong, and yeah, I mean, it's just part of life's general care and maintenance. And after doing the training, the Qigong practice with Keith, I just wanted to use this energy to heal others, to put it out into the world. So that's why I went into the body work afterwards, which then brought me back to do the teacher training as a Qigong teacher, because I wanted to have the energy work to support me in order to support my body work. So they are intimately woven together.
Aren't they ever? And it finds its way through you, doesn't it? And when we find something that really works for ourselves, we want to help other people as well, particularly something as strong as what you went through and then had those profound responses from the Qigong work. And it was similar for me. I felt I'd come home to a place I didn't even realize I was missing. It just kind of made sense. I think once you step into the embodiment of the movement and the breath, and you let yourself rest in it, magic starts to happen, doesn't it?
Yeah, and something just so unexpected and new, I guess, a new way of being in my body. And yeah, I wanted to know more. It just became, as you say, it was like I stepped into a river, and it's guided my life, to this place, really. When I look back, I can see that's really come from that beginning of my Qigong practice.
Yeah. And have you noticed also the changes that have occurred in your students as they've come through and done the work?
Yeah, there's a lot more trust, I guess, in the process, trust in their bodies, and less kind of worrying about getting it right or fixing certain things. It seems to be more in like the trust and the joy of actually the practice. And I've started teaching outdoors again, which is really lovely, and that just always brings just a very different element and energy, and it really brings people together as well when we're outside.
That's beautiful, to be in nature, communing with the elemental forces and realizing that we are part of them as well. It's really special, isn't it? And we hear of like forest bathing and of breath work and somatics and all of that, but which is great. And then mindfulness as well. All these modern words that actually are part of Qigong, aren't they?
Yeah, and always have been. Yeah. There's an ancient practice which holds it all, and it's I guess it's a gift to be able to share it.
Well, it also enables us, if we can use the modern vernacular, the modern language onto how to describe things, because Qigong is not a well-known word. It's strange to people. You kind of they kind of know Tai Chi more, don't they?
Yeah.
But I think because Qigong is such a personal practice, it's not something you see people doing in parks so much. In Tai Chi, you'll do things all together at the same time. And yes, to be honest, quite a lot of Qigong we can create. We can repeat some of the Tai Chi movements over and over again. Yeah. But generally, you find that it is more of a personal thing. You don't really want to show off your Qigong to people. You want to do it for yourself.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely... Yeah, it's becoming intimate with yourself, isn't it, Qigong? It's like, how do we, it really, for me, it's taught me how to listen to my body. And definitely for my students as well, that's what one of the kind of feedbacks is, like how to really be present in our bodies.
That listening, that's big, isn't it? Because self-presencing, giving yourself a moment to actually tune in to what's really going on. Yeah, that is such a gift.
And so, that with others, it's like, oh, we can be quiet and we can plug in together. There's something very special that happens in that.
Do you know what? I've been on Qigong retreats and we had a whole day of silence on one of the days. And to start with, because we'd all been chatting a lot and sharing stuff, how on earth are we going to manage to go through a whole day of silence? But what happens is the whole energy field expands and you find yourself communicating in other ways, which voice and words can kind of get in the way of sometimes, can't they?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I love teaching in silence.
Do you?
Yeah, I've taught a few festivals kind of first thing in the morning when the brain hasn't quite woken up, and just teaching in silence is just really beautiful.
Lovely. So you've been doing festivals and you have your own classes, and where are you finding you're weaving your Qigong into now then?
So what do you mean, different classes or?
Yeah, where are you being called to offer this? Yeah.
Well, I do love offering at the festivals. It's a really lovely way to be at a festival. And then I'm offering a lot more outdoor classes. So Chi in the Park, which has been really lovely. And then I'm teaching at Holland and Barrett Studio, which is kind of introducing a new kind of clientele, which has been quite fun. And then I've got my studio here, the Sunhouse, in Wales, and then at various village halls. So yeah, and online as well, as of course. I really enjoy the online classes actually.
Do you? When did you start doing them?
I guess just after lockdown.
Yeah, that kind of made us all do it, didn't it?
It needs, and I kind of kept thinking, I'll let it go, but actually, I have some amazing clients who really want the online, and it really works. We drop in together at home, and it's very accessible. And I've got people who've been with me since before lockdown now, which is really nice.
So we've touched on some of this, the presencing part, the listening part, and what else do you feel is so important for Qigong at this time in our humanity's evolution?
Yeah, I mean, that question, it's just like, I suppose the word interbeingness comes up, and that Qigong, it reminds me how interconnected we are. With the earth, with the sky, and the language of teaching, it's like, just keeps reminding us that we're part of something beautiful that needs to be looked after. And so I think gratitude is one of the key teachings, and coming back to our heart, and just knowing the truth of us, as part of nature, as part of this wider field of energy. I think that's kind of the essential teachings which are so important right now. It's not about the quick fix, which is what's being offered a lot. It's about gratitude for ourselves, and for each other.
Well, as the Barefoot Doctor used to remind us, we are all a miracle.
Yeah.
And when we come into our chi presence, we remember this. It is a miraculous opportunity we have to be here at this time. And when we connect with other like-hearted people, the energy field expands and we kind of feel we can make a difference.
Yeah.
We can. And we already are.
We are making a difference, yeah. By slowing down and listening,
Yes. I've got this thing about rest at the moment. I just think it's so important to honour rest and for it to be like a portal into more. But then I got it really. What it is resting in your Qigong, resting in your WuChi, resting in your standing posture. Just let it be all restful.
Yeah.
And then the whole parasympathetic nervous system can drop in, and you can. What I love about Qigong is you don't really have to try. You let it unfold, don't you?
Like trying can get in the way.
Really. Yeah, and that when you let yourself just be in the flow of nature and of energy, something miraculous can happen within yourself when you realize you're so much more than this sort of physicality and thoughts. That's big for people, isn't it? That is a big realization.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you do shiatsu with folk, do you give them Qigong exercises as well? And
sometimes.
And the other way around, some of your Qigong students, do you give them some shiatsu points to work on?
I definitely share a lot of acupressure points. Not so much in the classes, but if people have got something specific going on, then I will. But I will invite them to have a treatment. And I think they go so well together that if you're practicing Qigong, to then receive the energy work and have that, it's so complementary. It's so helpful. People who say I've got someone with lots of lower back issues, then definitely giving them some Qigong practices, will really support what's going on. So yes, they do go hand in hand.
And I bet people like that as well. They're learning the points, they're learning the moves, and then the meridian lines, and they come into a way of self-healing that they won't have been taught before unless they were really lucky. And that brings us into that self-sovereignty. You can take care of yourself. These tools and techniques really help you. And we need that in this day and age, don't we?
Yeah.
Big topic. What I'd love to do, Emma, is have you got a short practice that maybe combines a little bit of what we've been speaking about?
Yeah, we can do a short little practice.
That would be really lovely. So this is Emma Sunhouse from sunhouse.wales. If you want to find out more about her up there. And I will hand her over to you now.
Okay, I'm going to stand up. So let's just bring our hands together. And give the hands a little rub. Let's shake them out. So placing your thumbs on the center of the chest. Heart chakra, CV17. And just breathing into your heart space. Breathing into your thumbs. Letting your energy settle. Knees are soft, shoulders relaxed. Sensing your body and sensing the space around you. Space in front, space behind, space to the right and to the left. And of course, the space above and the space below. Heaven and earth, the sky and the ground. Okay, and then bring the hands forwards. We're just going to circle the wrists. So this movement is snake sheds its skin. So we're just going to start off by just warming up the wrists, elbows, shoulders. It's rotating Last one. And then taking in a nice big breath, circling the arms, connect to heaven. Draw that heaven energy down through the body, all the way down to the lower dantian, to the belly. Okay, and then we're going to roll the hands up. So hands come up, and we're going to bend forwards, do a nice forward bend with the sound ah. So relaxing the heart. Ah, bending forwards, and then rolling up. Backs of the hands facing each other. Circle the arms. And come back to your heart. So I think we've got time to do that twice more. Yeah, so circling the wrists. We'll do that 3 times just to warm up the joints. Okay, release the hands. Big breath in, connect to heaven. Draw down the sky. Draw down that sunlight, moonlight, starlight through your body. All the way down to lower dantian, down to the feet, down to the earth. And then we roll the hands up and then release with an ah sound. Ah. And then rolling up the spine. Big breath, circle the arms. And back to our hearts. Nice breath into the heart. One more round. Circling the wrists. Release the hands. Gather earth and sky through the body. Drawing up to the heart. Ah. Rolling up the spine. Circling the arms. Gathering into your heart space. And take a couple of easy breaths here. Noticing your body, your breath, your life force energy. And then we're going to bring the hands forward and make a little flower, like a lotus flower with the hands. Imagine you're holding a beautiful gift in your hands. The gift of your heart. And we're going to offer that gift up. The crown of the head. And then up to the heavens. And release down. And to close. Rooting back into your body in this moment exactly as it is right now. So, thank you.
Thank you.
A little 5-minute Qigong.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Emma. That was beautiful, just giving us in that example of presencing, but also circulating energy and bringing in that the dragon as well, the dragon chi and all of that. Thank you. Is there anything else that you would like to just land in with for people here on this day?
I think all that's coming up is that, Qigong is such a gift. It's a gift to me and a gift to everybody and a gift to this earth. Just taking the time just to be present is such a gift. So treat it like a gift. Yeah.
Thank you, because you are the miracle.
Thank you, Clara.
Thank you so much, my dear. I'll see you soon. Much
Yeah,
love.
see you soon. Much love. Bye.
Well, wasn't that lovely? I really, really enjoyed that movement. And if you're watching this on replay, you're going to be able to pause between and continue on with some of these practices that are being shared here, because we're just giving you little ideas and, oh, not little ideas, they're marvelous dives into the world of Qigong. And if you're finding something particularly useful, you know that you've got this as a resource to come back to. Yes, so we are doing well here. Thank you for all your comments. Been lovely on the YouTube. There's a lovely comment for Lys coming in. You want to have a look at that, Lys. And some people that have been messaging me as well, saying how much they're enjoying this live stream. So thank you very much for being here. Now then, couple more guests. We've got 3 more. There's 2 in the next interview. So I messaged Jamie Catto. He's been on Chi Time before, and in the process of talking about his various projects as a creator and filmmaker and musician, I got to learn that he was also a Qigong practitioner, a player, and that was very much part of his self-care. And so I did actually a whole episode on Jamie Catto's Qigong, which I can always link you to, or you can search for on my YouTube here. But I thought I'd ask him in again on this World Tai Chi Qigong Day and see what he had to say about it. And the first thing he said was that, can I bring my partner Mandy with me? Because she's got much more to say than he felt he had. And she's an absolute delight. So let me hand over to Jamie Catto and Mandy Penalver to speak about Qigong and what it means to them in their life. And Mandy's also going to share a beautiful internal meditation with us at the end, and this is going to set us up really lovely to meet Sharron Rose, the producer, director and creative amazing woman that is of the Quantum Chi movie. Now I'm realizing I'm coming in and out of being in the Chi zone and then having to share and produce, so I'm straddling worlds here. So I'm just going to quieten my mouth and open up the Jamie and Mandy Chi Time interview for you now. Thank you for still being here.
Well, here we are on the World Tai Chi Qigong Day on Chi Time with me, Claire Apollo, as you know, because I've been chatting through the last several hours to some really cool people, and I've got some more really cool people to share with you here, Chi lovers, and that is Mr. Jamie Catto and his partner, Mandy Penalver. I've said that correctly. Now, you might have heard of Jamie before. He has been on Chi Time several times, which is how I found out that he was a Qigong player. But he is the founding member of Faithless, award-winning film director, author, and catalyzer of personal and professional breakthroughs. And yeah, I was really intrigued by the story that you told us on that episode, Jamie, as to how you got into Qigong. But first of all, let's welcome you both into the Chi Time hot seat. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. So give us a little overview then. How did you first get into Qigong, Jamie? How did that land for you? What's the story there?
Well, it's funny. I don't know which of the many stories I told you. The one that was the absolute beginning was when I was a late teenager and we were sitting at my dad's house and there was a bunch of people around there that I didn't know. And someone was on TV doing some sort of weird dance thing and I piped up, well, that looks like Tai Chi. And the person sitting next to me said, what do you know about Tai Chi? And I went, oh, nothing. And he said, I've just come back from India and China and Singapore where I've been taught by all the masters how to do Tai Chi and Qigong. And they've asked me to find one student that I can teach to tell it all to. Would you be interested? And I was like, great. And this guy came round to my house every morning at dawn, just before dawn, took me into Regent's Park under a tree, and for 60 days taught me these 23 Chen and 23 Yang moves. And then it all went from there. but it was very Mr. Miyagi. I liked it a lot.
That sounds lovely. It presented itself to you, and you were offered a choice, and you're like,
me opening my big mouth as usual.
How about you, Mandy? I mean, you say you're a meditation teacher, but that's got Qigong in there too, hasn't it? How did you first get into it?
It does. I'm actually a yoga teacher, so Qigong has come in later in my life, and particularly this form, it's actually a Shen Gong, which I presume you know, and because it's Qi lovers listening, they would know what that means, called Pangu Shen Gong. And I've been practicing it for just over a year, and as Jamie will tell you, I am absolutely passionate about it. And it's really impacted my life in a very, very deep way. I absolutely love it.
It is very interesting how Qigong just finds its way into people that are studying other disciplines, and I always say it's, so speaking to you, I always feel like it's a bit of a tart. It's quite happy to play with anyone, but it does. It wants to help integrate and play with and expand. So I feel like, there's more and more of the yoga community that are getting intrigued by Qigong now. Particularly there's a lot of like flow yoga, isn't there, that must be inspired by Qigong. So as you say, it's really changed your life. What about you, Jamie? How has practicing Qigong changed your life? What would you say?
Well, the most practical thing is that I often wake up feeling wonky. I have different ways of feeling wonky when I wake up. The last hour before I'm fully awake can be quite haunted for me, and quite sort of quite vulnerable. And Qigong is just like to make sure that I'm sitting straight and that I'm just like go straight into the belly and just do the basic practical application of just the absolute basics is so helpful to sort of like ground all the sort of unwanted painful feelings. So there's like two flavors of my experience of Qigong. One is that where I'm kind of doing it on purpose to regulate, to be, I'm doing it deliberately. That's like but there's the yin side of it is also of the times in my life where it's coming, like you're saying, it creeps into you, where it's more receptive and where you sort of open and let it do its thing rather than use it for my own ends, if you know what I mean. That's why I'm really loving seeing Mandy doing her Pangu thing, because it's very devotional. There's a kind of a mantra that goes with it that I can't remember, but it's very much about metta, sort of sending love to the universe. It's very much the loop. It's not just a receptive thing. It's very loving and kind of like healing. It's got very that kind of agenda, doesn't it, in a way?
Yeah, it's really different from any other kind of Qigong practice that I've done in the past. It's really simple. It's just a few very simple movements. But the whole thing revolves around a password that is said at the beginning and then a second password that is said at the end of one round of this practice. And that is what has been so impactful for me. The password revolves around kindness, benevolence, and it's really got me to consider very deeply exactly what that means in my own life and just in the world generally. And something else, it's incredibly it's the most potent Qigong practice I've ever tried. I'm not an expert by any means, but the originator of this style of Shen Gong says that it works on a very deep, like the qi gets into the marrow, and it's really working at a very deep level. And the guy that I learned it from, who has experienced and tried and experimented with just about every kind of Qigong practice there is, he said he was blown away by the level of qi that is generated by this particular practice. And that's my experience as well with it.
Wow, such a fan. I bet there are people listening and watching that are going to be more curious about that, or maybe you've even experienced it. I mean, please do drop us messages if you've had a similar experience or are interested to know more, because I would like to invite Mandy and Jamie back on again for a longer interview at some point. But yes, this word simplicity. That's one of the things I love about Qigong. It gives you time to rest in your being, and with not having to think about, I mean, Tai Chi, I used to practice Tai Chi and I really enjoyed it. And then I forgot bits and pieces of it. Obviously didn't practice it enough because I've kept going back to my Qigong, because that piece of being with the breath and with the presencing, I needed that more than I needed to do the dance. And I say that in the most respectful way. And I would like to learn it again one day, but I'm really into the theme of rest and simplicity at the moment. And my sense is that Qigong nurtures that. It gives us a cauldron, a vessel to be in with that. And knowing that other people are also exploring this, isn't it great when we can share this together? And you're showing this around the world on this awesome day where we really roll this deep love and gratitude and presencing energy work. And I think it's something that Jamie used to talk about, maybe he still does, about full body listening. And I think Qigong has given that to me. Do you want to say something a bit about that, Jamie?
I just try and teach all my students, I even say the word student as a joke really, but the people that I'm working with, I just try and encourage everybody that, yes, we are always fixated on who we're talking to, what's going on in the world, what we're all doing here as a Jamie ego being me and you being you. But I try and encourage everyone to have that as 80% of your experience, and see if you can have 20% of your experience always internal, always with an intimacy with yourself, noticing how you're feeling, noticing what's coming up, not even stray thoughts or temperature changes. To always have, it's like you could be driving down the motorway in an animated conversation with somebody, but there's always 20% of your attention on the road ahead, just making sure that the car's going in the right direction. And I think we have that ability as humans to be in two places at once if we decide to be. So that full body listening is how we are intimate with ourselves. You can't have good boundaries if you don't know how you're feeling. You can't have good treatment of your yeses and know what your no's are if you're not in touch with how you feel on the inside. So yes, we're very externally focused, but just to have a little bit that's constantly intimate with yourself so that you can look after your own boundaries. There's no mummy or daddy coming to look after us and know how we're feeling and what we need. We're not children. So for me to know how I'm feeling and what I need and what's a yes and what's a no and all those important things, I've got to be a bit internal, and that's what we call full body listening, and it has 1,000 household uses, as I know you know.
It's reminding me of your album called Internal as well, which is a fantastic one to practice these healing arts with. And didn't you also have an album that was about yin yang, and it was yin one side and yang the other?
Yeah, my singing songs album is mainly the yin one, I think, is what's on Spotify, but there is secretly somewhere a yang one where we did it with a full-on, quite heavy rock band, and that was the most fun ever.
So was that the same tracks, but done in a chilled-out vibe and then a full-on rock style?
Exactly.
What?
Two lots of 12, a yin and a yang version of each track.
Yeah, what a lovely concept to approach your life with. Am I going to be doing a yin version of this now or a yang one? But do you think that Qigong really nurtures creativity?
Yeah, I mean, creativity, in my experience, is a yin experience. It's a receptive thing. There's a great river of wisdom and golden genius that just is. And when we're open and receptive, we can be in a space where it can pour into us, then we're going to be the most creative. And if your channels are open and your microcosmic orbits open up your front, up your butt spine and down your front, the more of your meridians that are open, I imagine, the more cleanly and the more abundantly you're going to pull in and process that river. So it can only be good. What do you think?
I completely agree. And going back to what you said earlier, Clara, about it being a time, your practice being a time of really being in your being, and that's very much what it is for me, and a time of being fully present, really embodied, really in my body, and then naturally that creativity just springs from that, that's my experience anyway.
Yeah, and the creativity and healing kind of got the similar vibe, haven't they,
Very much so.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, massively. Like, it's the same tools. I used to, when I first started teaching workshops, it was only about creativity. Bring your dream project into the world. I've done wacky projects. Come and do one with me. And then, because the first day of all those workshops was just bringing in everyone in to be the sort of juiciest, most present, unapologetic version of themselves, the first day was actually more of a healing shadow work day, inviting all the treasure out of the shadows. And then I suddenly realized that the very, very same processes and steps you take to do a project are exactly the same steps you take to bring in healing energy. It's about opening up your receptivity, not being stuck on your preconceptions of how it needs to be. All the same cornerstones: gentleness, generosity, opening up the magic, transmission as much as reflection, being both yin and yang at the same time. You know, when you're healing and also when you're teaching, you're yin because it's all pouring into you, but you're yang because then you're giving it out to the next people. So it all matches up perfectly.
It does, doesn't it? And when you were saying that, I felt the dance, the yin-yang dance, because it's not one or the other. It's constantly playing, isn't it? And that call to balance is always there, which is such a relief that this is.
The reason I bang on about the yin so much is because it's so out of balance. You know, I talk about the yin 10 times more than I talk about the yang, because the yang is how we're already operating in our world. Doing it, using our will, making things how we want it, having a goal, achieving that goal, adding it up the number at the bottom of the thing, it all ding dong ding. We're very, very yang, patriarchal culture. So I go on about yin a lot because I'm trying to bring it back into balance. I don't think it's more important than the yang, but it's like it's much fallen off. There's less control. The ego likes control and fixed outcomes and no risk. So the yin, which is its own flow, which you might go here, it might go there, when you let yourself flow rather than, impose your own will. When you let yourself flow, it's not so definite what you're going to get at the end. And so people don't favor that perceived risk.
But when you're a sacred fool, you're quite happy to stand on the edge and go, well, what if? Trust, building trust in yourself, and that, you are supported by the earth, by the heavens, by your heart, by the elements. I think that's a really big one. And allowing yourself to rest in trust feels like a yin perception of like, right, can I dare myself to do this?
Yeah, you remind me what you said to me recently when I was going through a big drama, and Mandy said, just give it over to God. At the end of the day, let go of control. The Taoists say let go or be dragged. But Mandy really embodies that, because she actually does hours of this stuff every day rather than me just gobbing off about it. So she's actually the one we should ask those questions to.
Well, you're there, Mandy. You want to chip in?
Yeah, when you were talking about the healing energies being related to creativity, that's very true for me, because the more healing that happens in my life, the more available I am for, what naturally wants to come through me. And to what you were just saying,
give it over to God.
Yeah, for me, my Qigong practice, it is very devotional, and it is a time to drop into that trust element. Is so true. Is so important. Self-trust, and that's something that Qigong really gives me. And again, just picking up on something you said, just it's a time for me of remembering the support of the elements and something, bigger, and handing everything over. And that for me, that builds that self-trust.
Yes, and it's a cumulative thing. I think the more we come into this practice, the more we get into trust, we build the new neural pathways, we get new patterns of behavior that are more true to ourselves. And that has got to be helpful, hasn't it, really, in this world of distractions, to get to know yourself.
Very much so. That's very much my experience. It is, as Jamie was saying, I'm so committed to this practice because putting in that time and energy really does help me to feel connected, less distracted, less more rooted and grounded in those beautiful qualities like self-trust or
So it's interesting, over the course of this series of interviews I've been doing for World Tai Chi Qigong Day, one of the key pieces that's come through is do your practice. Do your practice. And I think to encourage ourselves and our friends and our students to do the practice, I think, is really key. And is that something that, you know, what do you think is the best way of encouraging people to do their practice?
Are you asking Jamie?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a hypocrite, but with my people who work with me, I try and give them ways to do it where they often don't know that they're doing it. We often do shadow work that people don't know they're doing shadow work, or channeling when they don't really know they're channeling. They're playing a game with a spaceship, and, you know, like we do it in games. But like tomorrow, day after tomorrow, I've got a couple of groups where I'll be doing this favourite I have of the Taoist inner smile organ meditation, where you go through all 5 organs, 5 seasons, 5 elements, you know, 5 colours, virtues, vices, and they just love it. They don't know that they're really doing a really great Qigong exercise, but they're actually breathing the virtues and vices into each of their organs, bringing on gratitude, bringing in the frequency of the colours, the seasons and the elements of each one. Like, it's really a good, quite deep and, I'm going to say complicated, but slightly involved, complex, full of colours and seasons and adjectives. But they get right into it in a guided meditation. They don't need to know that they're practicing Qigong.
This is really interesting, because when you take away that word Qigong and you step into that framework of being, as you were speaking about, then you give people examples or experiences that it becomes their own. They don't need to name that as being something. That's an experience. And I wonder, when we name things, we actually don't always do them a service.
Definitely. Yeah. Definitely. And I also just wanted to speak about, motivating ourselves to do the practice, as Jamie was just, and, the question that you asked. And I'll often say to Jamie, it's meditation is like this as well. You can be sitting or going to do your Qi, and Pangu Shengong is actually, it's a very repetitive, quite boring practice, and it's extremely repetitive. So there are times where, there's an energy in me that just wants to be anywhere else, or there's a million other distractions or entertainments that could pull me away. But I just always check in with myself, like what actually really matters to me, and why am I doing this? And as we said earlier, the more that I practice, the more I see tangible benefits in my life. And actually, I quite like the feeling of boredom being triggered, because that's something for me to grow the muscle of, staying with what matters to me. And as you said earlier, Clara, that time and space to drop into being, that's what really matters to me. And I always feel so good afterwards, it feels good afterwards.
Do you know what? That word boredom, I don't know that people let themselves get bored anymore. I remember a dear friend of mine who was a Montessori teacher, dear Ali, and the kids would come up to her sometimes and say, "Oh, I'm bored," and she'd say, "Good." Now what? Because it's
the beginning of creativity for kids. You got to let them get bored. Also, I don't think there is such a thing as boredom. Actually, we've gone into this a little bit. Like, if you go, boredom is a blanket term for uncomfortable feelings that come up when I'd rather be somewhere else. But boredom isn't really a thing. Impatience is a thing. Frustration, tightness, procrastination. There's a lot of things which are things. Boredom is like a blanket term which can cover all manner of me being uncomfortable in the stillness. But there's a lot of different ways to be uncomfortable in the stillness. And I was thinking what you were just saying about, why give it a name? I agree with that, because it's like the moment you call it Qigong, then you've got an excuse to say, I didn't do my Qigong today. The moment you give it a name, you've got something that you're not doing enough. Like they say, the hardest yoga position is unrolling the mat. I say to people, I don't say to people try and meditate numerous times a day. I say to them, anytime you're using keys, anytime you're using steps or stairs, or anytime you're using a tab, stop for 60 seconds Just be totally present where you are and then get on with your life. Because everyone's going to have a smattering of keys, steps and taps in their day. So even if it's only 5 times, you'll stop for a minute. I'm a big believer that I think like 5 1-minute meditations is probably better for you than 1 5-minute meditation, because you're going in and out of it 5 times, which is the doorways of the key. So yeah, a lot to chew on.
Yeah, that is very interesting. I would say rest is a key. I know. So, what other keys could you have in your life so that it becomes part of your life? And don't get me wrong, I think it is also great to do your hour-long practice morning and evening if that's what works for you. But throughout the day, to keep connecting back in to that truth of being, that presencing, because there's something that you said, Jamie, about people feeling uncomfortable in the stillness. And I wonder if this is one of the key sort of problems, want of a better word, for people to want to engage with that, because it can be a bit scary to meet yourself like that, and what do you do with it? And yeah, I think that might be.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah,
you're good at it. You like being in the stillness.
Well, it's not always comfortable. Like I was saying, it's very often not comfortable. But I'm committed to meeting that discomfort in myself. But I totally get why people don't do their practice, because it is confronting. You know, the moment we come into any practice where there's a coming into being, we are going to meet aspects of ourselves that we don't like, and it's never easy. But I really like what you just said, Jamie, about, not giving names to things, but just bringing things in a different way into your everyday life. I think that's really, really important. And naming anything, suddenly it's a duty. I've got to sit down and do my meditation for however long. And actually, that's something I like about this practice that I'm currently doing a lot of, the Pangu, where this password has become such an integral part of my life that it will just come up quite often, very often actually, just in the course of my day. It will come in, and I will sort of like, am I being kind or benevolent in this moment? So
that is the key. I would.
What you said.
Yeah, that's beautiful, and that commitment to self, to come into that, but to bring compassion, kindness, gratitude, whenever it's all kicking off in there, it's like, just be kind to myself. I'm just having a moment or a process. I mean, what is it you say about that, Jamie? When you meet yourself in your most kerfuffles, so to speak.
You rub your heart.
Yeah.
And if you can find every one of those moments more adorable than the last, then you're on the right track. And you find that part adorable, not like, there I'm the bad spiritual warrior, there I go again. It's like no recrimination, totally lower the bar on what you expect from yourself in these areas. And like I say, I have to trick myself into practice often, and trick myself into doing, when I'm creative writing, if I'm writing a book, or if I'm making music, I have to trick myself into getting started. Once I've started, I'm in, but I trick myself. I say, you only have to do it for 5 minutes. You're going to write some of your book. Okay, just 5 minutes worth. It's all you're going to write today, and that's absolutely fine. But then once you've done 5 minutes, you're in, because like you said, it's unrolling the yoga mat that's hard, not doing the yoga. So I always trick myself into just doing it for a few minutes, and then you're in and you can do it for longer.
And now you've laid the gauntlet, because we've got 5 minutes left of this. Would you like to share something with listeners and viewers around some sort of...
Or something, an experiential thing?
Yes.
Well then, why don't you? You're the one who takes people on these journeys themselves. Definitely. Spontaneous 5 minute.
Just put you right on the spot there, Mandy.
What, a meditation or a?
What do you feel like? What's coming through you now after that conversation that we've had? And we're here on World Tai Chi Qigong Day, and it's an awesome opportunity to really connect all our hearts and beings and deliciousness.
You don't want to do this, Jamie? No?
I'm going to put myself in your hands. Okay. It's always a safe bet.
Okay, so 5 minutes. Okay, so I would just invite all of us to just stop for a moment wherever you are, and either let your eyes close or lowering your gaze so that your attention is coming inwards, and to let's just take a nice deep breath together. So nice low breath down into the belly. And then just let that breath go with a really lovely long and soft sigh. And for these next precious few moments that we are just dropping into a quieter space together, I invite you to let your whole body soften. So let your tongue rest in the mouth. Let the hinges of your jaw loosen. Let your eyes rest right back. Feel where your body is making contact with whatever surface is beneath or behind. And just let the weight of your whole body drop into that support. And for just the next few moments, let yourself just be here with absolutely nothing to do. Just being here is enough. And then just notice the sensation in the palms of your hands, the chi, the life force that is coursing through your body right now. The chi in the breath that you're breathing right now. The beating of your heart. And let's take maybe a couple more of those really slow and low breaths where we're really opening to receive that gift. A long, slow drink of that life-giving energy. The gift of the breath. And just allowing your body to receive that nourishment, that chi. And with every breath out, just letting go of all that isn't needed, handing over everything that isn't needed right now. And then whenever you're ready to come back, opening your eyes, coming back to us.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with us, Mandy. I really sense and feel around the world that energy that we can share in this way is so deeply healing for humanity. And I know there's a lot of people that have their own versions of the meditations that roll around the globe now. We're able to behave like this in community, in common unity. And how these practices really are part of how we evolve our culture now. Do you feel that too?
Yeah, I do. I feel really touched by what you've just said, actually.
These are our little jigsaw pieces.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Great. See you next time. Thanks so much for having us.
You're very, very welcome. And yeah, I hope you've enjoyed listening and watching to this. And what's coming next, I wonder?
Bye.
Well, here we are. So officially I was going to finish this by 1 o'clock, but I've just let the conversations go on as long as they wish and let the unfolding occur. And that was so beautiful, wasn't it? That I kind of surprised myself, some of the things that come out of my mouth, but that piece about being in common unity at this time, really, really, really good. To remember that, what is it that we can bring into our lives that connects us all, that helps us to remember who we really are and why we're really here, So yes, I have got a really lovely interview to finish off with for you now. So I'm just looking for the trailers because I've put them somewhere. Oh, there we go. Yes. And interesting because this is my friend Sharron Rose, who's American. Yeah. And right now, the American contingent of World Tai Chi Qigong Day are about to start their live stream. So I think it's quite interesting that, and Sharon's going to be starring on that as well. So it's interesting that we've got an overlap that is this lovely lady, which I will obviously honour because I want it to be part of this live stream here. But also I'm looking forward to watching other people presenting and what they're going to be bringing through for the rest of the day. And I will put the link for that in the bottom of this. Once the live stream has become a replay, I should be able to add the link to that, I think. Who knows? First time I've done a live stream for a while, so thanks for bearing with all the technicals that have been going on. But we are very, very grateful to my guests. There's some beautiful energy and sharing going on, and thank you all for your comments as well. That's just been a delight to know that you're there and that you're enjoying it. So let me hand over now to Sharron Rose and her story around how the Quantum Chi movie came about. I mean, I've got Chi Times with her on, which I can also let you know. In fact, what I'm going to do is something more with all of these because there's such a wealth to share with you all. But right now, let's do that. Let's bring her on and let's see you on the other side. Oh. So as we come towards the end of this World Tai Chi Qigong Day special here in the UK, hosted by me, Claire at Apollo, I thank you all for watching so far, and to know that there's also going to be a continuation of this run by our counterparts over in America. I say counterparts, they're actually the people that have started the World Tai Chi Qigong Day, Bill Douglas, but also Siobhan Hutchinson and George Picard. They're going to be hosting a 12-hour marathon from 1 p.m. UK. So I'm going to drop the link for you in the chat here below so that you can follow on with. So they've got some amazing stuff lined up. But just before that, I've got a very, very special guest with me. So you may have heard me talk about Sharron Rose before because she's been on Chi Time before, but she's also become a very dear friend and confidant. We do share a lot about the Qigong world together. But she's a miraculous woman. She's like a bridge between two worlds, really, at least two worlds, all the worlds connected with heart, soul, also practicality. And she has an absolute sort of sixth sense for being able to capture things on film. And she is now an award-winning filmmaker. And we're going to show you the trailer from her soon-to-be released feature-length documentary, Quantum Chi. But Sharron is also, she's a dancer, she's a teacher, she's a a healing artist. She's a musician and an author, and she's done a lot in her 40 decades, or at least, maybe, of offering to the world her sublime art. So with her comes this sort of feeling of deep wisdom and an encouragement for us to seek that within ourselves. And anyway, as the visionary director of Quantum Chi, she brings together the timeless intelligence of Taoist practice with the emerging language of modern science, revealing the profound field of energy that lives within and around us, ready for us to tap into. And with her creative presence, carries this wisdom, this depth and clarity, and guides us all, reminding us all that that Qigong is not something we just practice. It's something we already are and can nurture for our vibrant health. So it is a real honor to welcome her into our celebration for World Tai Chi Qigong Day. Thank you so much for being here, Sharron.
Global namaste.
Oh, global namaste to you too, yeah. Yeah, this is reminding us of the wonderful collective Healing Our Earth, of which we're going to be part of tomorrow afternoon. So I'll have to drop links for that as well. So you've got a lot of fingers in a lot of pies, haven't you, Sharron? You've got a lot of lovely people that you connect with.
Oh, yes. I'm very, very blessed. Yeah. Very blessed to have this life where I really can tap in very deeply to the sacred healing arts, which Qigong, Taoism, Tai Chi are a deep part of these days for me.
Yeah, I agree. It's that knowing that you can return somewhere within yourself that is constantly evolving, but also has a peaceful stillness that nurtures us. And I think the busier and the crazier our world gets, the more we can be invited into this self-nurture. But I have some questions for you. What made you decide to make this Quantum Chi movie about Qigong and Tai Chi? Where did it all start?
I would say it started as a young child when my mother threw me into the arts, threw me into ballet and music and piano and singing lessons and all of this stuff. So it's been, the arts have been in me from birth pretty much. And my life has been about learning what I would call embodied practices. So dance, yoga, right? Craniosacral therapy, Feldenkrais. Wherever these, well, I'd say, in India, I was a Fulbright senior research scholar and had a grant from the American Institute of Indian Studies to go to India and live with a early Bollywood star and queen of North Indian classical dance. I really had this amazing opportunity. And that absolutely changed my life. I was raised to go to Broadway, which was singing, dancing, and acting. But when I got to India, I just had this longing for spiritual sustenance. I knew there was more than this material reality. And so living with her brought me into a tradition, ancient tradition, like Taoism, actually, that really focuses on the embodiment of all of the stories and myths of India. I got to be goddesses and gods and demons, but yoga and all the teachings that go with yoga is a deep part of the dance tradition. And I started with filmmaking in 1978. And at first it was filming dance projects. I did a lot of productions, always centered on waking up, healing. That's been my mission throughout my life, it appears. If it's not about healing, I don't want to be part of it. And then I started a company called Sacred Mysteries Productions with my husband, Jay Widener. And that was in 2000. And we made movies, documentaries with people like Alex Gray, the great visionary artist, Alberto Villoldo, the shaman healer sage, ones on sound yoga and on death and the afterlife. So we made about 15 films. And I was at a place where I was interested in making a film about the energy body, the light body in different cultures, because I'm a cross-cultural scholar. And so I knew that Montauk Chia had teachings about how to build your light body, how to build your energy body, how to free yourself from emotional obscurations. And so we have the same publisher, so they put me in touch with him. I went out to this beautiful place called Eastover in Massachusetts, and there was a whole event going on with all of these amazing Qigong teachers. So I interviewed Master Chia, who transmitted the 6 healing sounds practice on growing your light body. And then the owner, Yingxing, said, well, why don't you interview everybody? You're here. So I did. And that was 10 years ago. So working on this film has been like a PhD for me. And what was clear to me, because I had so many years in yoga, the power of Qigong for healing, to me, it's actually beyond yoga. The self-healing aspects of it. And as a dancer, the flow. I mean, yoga is positions. Yoga gave me great, alignment. And these days, yeah, they do have flowing yoga. But Qigong just touched me in a way, and these teachers were so giving. The other thing I decided when I started doing it, creating the film, is that I wanted to create a film that would assist in bringing the awareness of Qigong and Tai Chi to the West, to the same level that yoga exists. And I've been working to bring the people, the yoga practitioners and the Qigong Tai Chi practitioners together in dialogue, just like the TCM practitioners and the Ayurvedic practitioners, because we're in a time where the entire globe needs healing. Every person, especially our politicians. We need deep healing, and we're in a very transformative time for that.
We really are. So true. So what do you feel that studying and delving so deeply and learning from all these teachers about Qigong, what has that shown you now? Has that changed anything particular in your life? Has it developed something? Where's it taken you to? Yeah.
Well, the deep concepts of Taoism, think about it, day after day after day after day, I'm listening to 28 teachers, right? And that's another thing I want to mention. I don't think that anyone has ever brought all these teachers together, right? And during these 10 years, I've met so many more, so maybe we'll have to have a sequel. But there's lots of ideas brewing about bringing the entire world community, like Bill. Bill is an associate. Bill Douglas, who created World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, is an associate producer. And we are working together to envision ways to bring the film, adjunct aspects of the film, teachings, etc., to the world community, to everyone who has a center for Qigong, Tai Chi, Wushu, etc., or yoga, to introduce all of this and build our community, so that, because the depths of healing that one can achieve through Qigong, beginning with Qigong, I think that's where really the healing, deep healing practice. To me, it's like Qigong, Tai Chi, Wushu. You need, for Tai Chi and Wushu, you need Qigong. What it's done for me, one of the main things, it's put me through a lot. You know, spiritual growth is not easy. It can be at times, but you know, you're constantly observing and releasing, holding patterns in the body, that holding your experiences that have caused negative experiences that have caused you to freeze in certain ways and hold your body in protective manners. And so it helps Qigong particularly, especially the 6 healing sounds I love, because you're observing your organ, you're working on each organ, and you're looking at the physical aspects and releasing any pain. And then you're looking at the emotional aspects, right? And then you're looking at the mental aspects. So these are things that I've been studying for many years. Different mechanisms of the different cultures by which we can free ourselves from the conditioning. And some people would say implants or whatever, right? And so Qigong and all the teachings that I've been given really have amazing tools to release and recover what my Rolfer Buddy Frank calls your original energetic blueprint. You know, beyond what the media has been feeding you, your parents been feeding, all of this stuff, this original energetic blueprint. And I'd say the essence of the whole teaching for me is the concept of Wu, effortless grace. And I've created, because I am a composer and producer of music. Quantum Chi has a soundtrack that is extremely unique, and the soundtrack has now won about 7 awards in film festivals around the world, including Shanghai Indie Film Festival. And to me, music itself is a transmission, and I was able to work with a leading national treasure of China, Jabing Chen, who is an Erhu and Zhonghu virtuoso, and Michael Verdick, who is a master of music engineering and production, who has been responsible, won gazillions awards. He worked with people like Madonna, the Eagles, Ambrosia, Al Jarreau. He's worked on movies like Respect. And then I have a group of musicians who are incredible, I've been working with for many, many years. And to me, the Qigong, it can take you into such subtle levels of awareness, of movement, of particularly flow. That flow that puts you at ease, that puts you into this deep meditative state. And I wanted to create a soundtrack that would be an adjunct to that the soundtrack itself helps put you in that state. And so we did that. And then I saw that it was really, really being had amazing reception around the world. So then we thought, why don't we create another album? And this one I call endless grace. So to use for meditative purposes, it's deeply healing. And it's for practice, it's for meditation. I play it when I go for a massage or for acupuncture, and it really deepens the experience. We put a lot of sound healing principles, solfeggio, binaural, these kinds of things into this piece. So the whole project, Quantum Chi, and the 10 years of immersion into Taoism, Qigong, Tai Chi, and a little bit of Wushu, people say to me, I'm always going through it. You people, you're practitioners generally, so you experience things like, you'll have a practice and you'll feel the benefits, and it feels like it takes you to another level. And then all of a sudden, something happens and you're back in, like this issue that's been bothering you. So it's been a constant journey. Then you have to free yourself. It's like peeling off the layers of the onion. And that's how it's been in this 10 years. Now, I do want to tell you all that people reflect back to me these days that it's been amazing for me, that I have matured. I have wiped away a lot. I was a very emotional person, which very much helped on the stage. But in life, it was difficult. But it's through keeping the discipline of the practice and really making sure that I use the practice, especially sometimes when we're in these like stressed out states, we kind of don't want to do it. But I can tell you, if you have the discipline when you're, feeling, you're aching, you're feeling emotionally disturbed or something, just breathe and do your practice. It just washes it away. And the more you do it and the longer, over time, you see incredible benefits on every level, your health, your mental health, your physical health. And so I'm an incredible advocate. Also, as people around me in their 80s, they're falling down, they're having lots of problems. And it's so clear to me the benefits, the stabilizing, grounding benefits of Qigong. I'm 77, and I intend to be doing Qigong for as long as I live. What's really amazing about it is that even if you're a person who's in a wheelchair, right, and can't walk, you can still do Qigong. There's so many beautiful, deep, healing aspects to it. And, it's my mission. I guess I've been blessed with the task of assisting to bring this to as many people as possible, especially the timing is very interesting in this moment in the world where healing is so needed. The suffering, the wars, it's just, I often think, haven't we as a species matured beyond this?
Very good point. That was all beautiful. Thank you. And as you know, I'm with you all the way on all of this. And there are so many different points that I'd like to develop with you in a conversation, but let's do that at a different time. There is one piece that just keeps coming up again and again is that you're mentioning healing, and the healing, of course,
that's what Qigong is leading us to, this healing, this wholeness. But I am particularly, and I think you are too, very interested in the creativity that gets ignited with this practice. And that healing and creativity for me are, well, they weave. And I've watched you grow as a composer and a musician. And I wondered, do you feel that Qigong has really supported your creativity?
Oh, one of the main concepts in quantum chi, I have a whole section on flow. And I really learned about flow from Lee Holden. That's one of his main teachings. And so that concept, that experience of flow, which is, yes, it exists in romantic ballet. It exists in sometimes in modern dance, that fluid, but this is deeper. It's not just the flow of your movement, it's the flow of your being, right? And when you're in flow, it's like Lee, in the movie, Lee says, if you're an athlete, if you're a football player, you can't make a bad pass. If you're a person creating computer programs, everything it just kind of naturally, your creativity naturally flows and expands. And I feel, I've done a lot of creative work in my life, but especially now, at this moment, and it keeps expanding, and especially now we're finishing up this 1 hour meditation. And we are discovering, working with someone like Michael, who is at that level of knowledge and expertise, production, we are both growing through this practice of creating this music for Qigong practice, right? So I think that since I began 10 years ago, my creative spark has been ignited at a level that is beyond, and it's been ignited a lot. Living in India, being with people like Ravi Shankar and all these high-level musicians, and my Guruji, Siddhara Devi, that was another igniting time. And I feel honored that I had all of that, and all my journeys into music, dance, and spiritual practice in the Middle East, in Tibet, Africa, shamanism, all of this prepared me actually for coming into Taoism and Qigong and Chinese culture, because I've been very deep for the last 10 years. I've become a scholar of Chinese history and arts, etc.
So, shall we share with viewers the trailer for Quantum Chi, or would you like to also share the trailer for the Tao?
Well, I'd like to share everything.
Yeah.
The thing about the Tao, I do want to share the trailer because it really gives you a glimpse of the production and the music and the teachings, right, and the people. The Tao is a music video featuring this Jie Bing Chen I spoke about, and some of the other female teachers, masters from the film. It was the chapter 16 of the Tao Te Ching is the foundation of it. But there's this one little part in I made the trailer, to me, the most meaningful part, where it talks about compassion. Then it talks about, what is true leadership. And this is something that's up, especially in the US. What is true leadership? And if our leaders, by the grace of the divine, could understand and align themselves with the practices, the teachings of of the Tao, the world would be very different. So in some way, you know, I'd like to show both, whatever we have time for. That's fine with me. But you can see everything. You can see the trailer. You can see the trailer for the Tao on the website, quantumchimovie.com, and see all the teachers. Yes, a lot about the movie.
You can also see just how many awards it has picked up already.
I was most excited. You know, there's some issues about Qigong, if you don't know, in China. And I was so excited when the Shanghai Indie Film Festival gave an award for Best Documentary and Best Soundtrack. And so, yeah, it's been quite the journey.
Yeah, and it's not even out yet in the mainstream, but it is shortly. And as you said, on the website, the quantumchimovie.com, you can go to the screenings page there, and we can watch the trailers that we're going to share with you now. But also you can request to be able to do a screening yourself if you're a teacher. And so you just scroll to the bottom of the page and you can fill out a little contact form there, and then you'll be able to see when this becomes available, which is going to be very soon. You'll be able to host screenings of your own, which we're very excited about, aren't we?
Well, as I said, I want this to help everyone. So we have done this in the past, screened our, had a way by which people that had centers, etc., could screen our films. And I want us all to be able to earn a little money as well. So there's a mechanism by which we can all be able to benefit on that level. I do want to say that whenever it's screened, and all ages, immediately after they see the film, everyone wants to learn. And so either myself or someone like Amalia Wai-Ching, who is in the movie and is an associate producer, we teach a Qigong afterwards. It's a great way. I'm thinking, when I thought of this idea to do the screenings, that like the people who are your students, not only they could come, but they could bring their families and friends to get a glimpse of the depth of what they're doing. And then you as a teacher maybe could get some more students and you could teach right after the film. So because having a visceral experience of the practice is what we're all going for, isn't it? So, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for your dedication, your expertise and your vision, Sharron, and for being here with us on Chi Time on the World Tai Chi Qigong Day special.
Oh, you're so welcome. You know, Clara, I think you are such an amazing interviewer. You ask very deep and beautiful questions, and your heart is so much into Qigong. And thank you for all you do for Qigong.
Thank you. It is my foundation practice, no matter what, there it is to return to and to grow from every time.
Well, I want to add one thing when you said that. So what's happening, Qigong is, the main practice I do, but now the yoga teachings, the Feldenkrais, all these teachings I've had are now being integrated. I mean, for example, we do a practice called practice without practicing, where this is from a different Tibetan tradition, where we close our chakra and we open it, each one. So now when I'm bringing Qi, for example, into my heart, it comes in at a deeper level and really comes out. So it's bringing it into like that energetic blueprint of who you really are. And then from that place, you can give it out to the world. And that's what we're here for.
Yes, it is. And as I said earlier, there's a lot of that we can discuss here. And I hope that you will come back onto Chi Time in the not too distant future and we will continue this conversation. But right now, let's play both of those trailers, shall we? Let's just do it. We'll play them back to back, and then I'll come in at the end and just do a little handover to Bill and Siobhan and George and whoever else is involved. Are you going to be in on that one as well?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I thought you might.
Yes, myself, Bill, and Amalia, another associate producer. Roger Yonka is another associate producer, but I think he can't come on that day. But and then let's see. The day is being dedicated to Master Li Jianfeng. If you don't know of him, he was a he was a film star, martial arts film star. Then he coached the Beijing Wushu team, award-winning for 12 years. He trained Jet Li, he trained Johnny Yen, and then he got deeply spiritual and has his own Qigong, Shengzhen. Oh, he calls it meditation now, Shengzhen meditation, because of the China issue. And his daughter, Li Jing, who's also in the film, she's carrying on the tradition. And they are my great inspiration. So I did an interview with them, which is going to be shown. And then we have a little section where I'm going to talk about the music. So, yeah. I mean, Bill Douglas, what can I say? I'm so grateful to him and Angie, his wonderful wife, for all that they've done. It's really nice with my desire to spread it, spread Qigong and Tai Chi, to be in alignment and working together with someone that has such devotion like Bill is just wonderful. It's really special.
I agree. We are creating this Qigong community, this global Qigong community, and World Tai Chi Qigong Day is absolutely a fundamental part of that. It calls us in every single year. We connect, we realize how much more we have in common, and we honor each other's practices and the different nuances that they have. But we really are all one Qi.
Yes, we certainly are. And we're working beyond this to create a whole network where the entire world community can come together, not just for one day, but over and over again to help spread these teachings throughout the world.
Thank you so much, Sharron Rose, for being part of this. We're going to hand over to the beautiful trailers that you've been speaking about. Let's do the musical one first, the one with the trailer for the Tao that has these beautiful words spoken by Amalia Wei-Ching Li, our dear friend. And then we'll go segue into the Quantum Chi trailer. And then I will come back after that and just do a little handover between. But thank you so much for your time, your wisdom, and everything that you're bringing to our world.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for still being here. Let's do that then. Let's do the Tao. Share that over.
The way of nature is unchanging. Without certainty in the way, the foundation is obscure. Realizing confidence in the way, primordial source awareness opens. this pristine, clear openness reveals the heart of compassion, a compassionate heart, and flowing one with true nature supports true leadership. Cultivating true leadership, one realizes the sacred way, embodying the sacred way. One flows with the Tao.
Qi is the foundation of many healing arts. Qi is the foundation of many traditions in China. Life is from energy. Life is from Qi.
What is Qi? Ask back, what is not Qi? Whether from ancient wisdom tradition or newly discovered quantum physics point of view, we know for sure the whole universe is made of energy.
When the Qi flowing, you can feel like warm, nice, expansive, tingling. So there are many different sensations. Because Qi, when you move, it also have a power to heal.
And therein lies the ability of practicing Qigong to build up incredible force in the body for rejuvenation, for longevity, for self-healing, and for healing others.
It's a discipline, a healing art, a way of training the body and mind, a meditation in motion, a medication in motion, a way of conditioning the body for sports, for martial arts, improving strength, stamina, coordination, balance. It's also an athletic skill because it improves your understanding of your body and your physical strength.
It's interesting that the Chinese came up with this array or spectrum of practices that starts with very internally focused meditation and then moving up into gentle Qigong practices and then continuing on to Tai Chi practices and then ending up over in Kung Fu and gymnastics and so forth.
The warrior of Qi is about transforming stress, unhealthy power dynamics, the suppression of people, the destruction of nature. The warrior looks around and sees what the world is doing, finds ways that need to be transformed, to be shifted, and holds that vision of a higher practice in their hearts.
Martial arts, Tai Chi, Qigong. When you start dealing with energy, you want to know, can I hurt somebody? When you expand and grow in love, can I help somebody? Can I heal somebody?
In the end, why do we do Qigong? It's to lead a happy, quality, beautiful life. Yeah? It's to elevate the human experience. So that's more than listening to all the bad news in the world. We can't change everything. We can change ourselves. This is what Qigong can do. It's an empowerment to learn Qigong. It's a true health care
system. And this is the opportunity in sharing Qigong with the world.
Well, how beautiful is that? And now, thank you for watching, for being here on part of this epic 4.5 hour live stream that has occurred. I'm a little weary now. I need to go and lie down in the garden, in a good way, not in a bad way, just that it's time to come off screens. So if you're inspired by that to come into some Qigong practice, then there are more Qigong teachers than you may know. And indeed, if you're interested to come into the primordial Qigong, which I mentioned in quite a few of those conversations, I am holding an open session on Monday the 4th of May from 4 till 6 p.m. UK as a taster introduction to this primordial Qigong form. And there is so much that I would like to connect in with what the different people have been saying. And I think I will do that in the future with some space in between so that we can have some dialogue. I'm always interested to hear. Thank you so much for your comments. And yeah, we are here to assist one another as we evolve through into this next iteration of humanness together. And we're in such a crucible at the moment, and it's so important that we find true ways of being able to presence ourselves, manage ourselves, take care of ourselves, and then be able to serve from the overspill. Nourish ourselves first and then serve with what we have coming through us naturally. So thank you again for being here. I'll send links. I'll drop links in the description, and you'll be hearing from me more now. This has really started up the Chi Time channel again. So I'm very grateful for World Tai Chi Qigong Day, and I wish for you all a beautiful day and a continuing to sort of lean into and connect with the fact that this is such a large intention to raise the energy of the planet, one person at a time. And now, as we close up the UK live stream, I'm going to also have in the background, I'm going to be tuning into what's happening in the US, the live stream there that's going on right now and will continue until 1 a.m. this morning. So Sharron will be in on that one too, and some of the other people that star in the Quantum Chi movie. So this is a big topic, and but thank you for being here. And as I said, I'd love to hear from you if you're teachers, practitioners, you found the weave between yoga and Qigong. I'm very interested in that. So let's just keep our conversations going. But most of all, my dear Chi Time friends, I wish you peace and kindness and loving compassion to you and all your friends. May that expand to our world on this beautiful day that we're sharing and all the days subsequent. So I invite you all to keep your chi up, stay steady. Your energy is important, and so are you.